challenges which can be faced with science and scientific research. The wealth of African countries must serve the economic development for the poor countries of the African continent through the calibers who are armed with scientific knowledge. Excellencies and dear participants, Egypt is the land of engineers and mega engineering projects. It is the fact that the number of engineers in Egypt is about 700,000, and we are exploring our talented engineers to many parts of the world. For example, in Saudi Arabia, we have more than 60,000. It is also the fact that our Egyptian engineers are in every part of the world, and especially in Africa, supporting their brothers and sisters to build a prosperous and self-reliant Africa. And it is evident through the massive number of projects conducted in the past and the present. For example, New Malabo and Julius Nyerere hydropower station in Tanzania. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we hope that African Union will establish a specialized educational institute in Egypt, similar to its previous establishments in 5 African countries, and both institutes promise constructive cooperation to help in this milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, by concluding, I would like to appreciate the great work accomplished by the conference organizing committee and the support we had from our sister organizing, namely FEO and WFEO and the Ministry of Education and Scientific Research in Egypt, and its strategic plan for constructing high education institutions in the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Executive Director of ASRIC, we are looking forward to host the second engineering conference science since the first one was denied to be physical because of the COVID-19. Myself and my team will be ready and be eager to work closely with you and your team for the second conference of engineering. Wish you a fruitful conference and successful celebration. Looking forward to seeing you in Cairo next year. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Abdullah Dahshan. Thank you very much indeed. I think it's a very legitimate request to have the second engineering conference to be hosted in Egypt, considering the 700,000 engineers that are in Egypt. So this will be taken to the executive board of the ASRIC, and we will discuss and we will come back to you soon, sir. Thank you very much indeed for your welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, after we had heard from the Chancellor of Abur Institute, I call upon the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, Professor Dr. Engineer Gong Ki, to give his remarks. Prof, you have the floor, and thank you very much for joining us. You are so kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm really very pleased to have the opportunity to join you with many of our African colleagues. I see a number of our Executive Council members are online, including Mustafa Shehu, who is our Executive Vice President of WFEO. So at first, please allow me to congratulate this very important meeting with the theme Engineering and Informatics for Africa Urbanization. Early this year, on the 4th of March, the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, UNESCO published its second engineering report titled Engineering for Sustainable Development. And on the same day, United Nations Secretary General engineer Antonio Guterres has also tweeted in his Twitter. He said, I'm passionate about the potential of engineering to help solve the most pressing challenges facing our world. This all indicates that engineering as a systematic approach of solving problems of human development and providing solutions is recognized with increasing importance for sustainable development. Urbanization is a very important indicator for modernization, which brings about higher productivity, creating more job opportunities, better social services with easier access to education and medical treatment, and more efficient energy consumption and waste management system. However, we also see as countries rush to speed up urbanization, the profound socio-economic side effect it has on the city dwellers, which has also been laid bare and even aggravated for the pandemic. The new model for integrated implementation of the SDGs was published by the United Nations in its 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report, which has set promoting sustainable urban and peri-urban development as one of the 6 entry points, along with strengthening human well-being and capability, shifting towards sustainable and just economies, building sustainable food system and healthy nutrition patterns, achieving energy decarbonization and universal access to energy, and securing the global environmental commons. To achieve the goals, using science and technology as one of the 4 levers, along with another 3, they are governance, economy and finance, and individual and collective engagement. The Global Sustainable Development Report states that with key interventions, cities can become sustainable development leaders and the laboratories for the world at large, and issues a call that urban and peri-urban decision makers should take central tenet of the 2030 agenda to heart and ensure that no one is left behind in their cities and towns. So here, the so-called key interventions mentioned by this report should be engineering with emerging technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence. Cities, especially mega cities, should be equipped with ICT infrastructure and the new governing regulations to meet with the new challenges. With access to a wealth of data, city planners and policymakers can cut down on traffic congestions and accidents, increase nature-based solutions to adapt for climate change, address pollution and other health and safety risks. Engineering capacity building is pre-requirement to make urbanization conducive to human lives. To lay a solid base for engineering capacity, engineering education should be invested and enhanced, especially in Africa. And I would like to make a few suggestions for enhancing engineering educations. First, to embed necessary knowledge and skills of sustainable development into curriculum of all engineering profession. Second, to strengthen skills of using information, communication, and data technology and artificial intelligence for all engineering learners. Third, to extend interdisciplinary international collaboration capability to encourage engineers to work together transdisciplinary and internationally, and to strengthen education on engineering ethics to ensure that future engineers could conduct their engineering practice ethically and responsibly. The World Federation of Engineering Organizations consists of more than 100 national members from all over the world. Among them, 28 are from African continent. We would like to cooperate with our African members and partners, as we always do, to enhance capacity building of engineering in Africa and to support a healthy urbanization of Africa. Now I conclude my addresses, and I wish a complete success of the first ASRIC conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Gong Ki, for your opening remarks. And colleagues, let me tell you, I'm so hungry and thirsty for the second day to listen for Professor Ki once more when he's going to give us a keynote speech in AI for smart and effective megacities. Don't miss it. I believe we're gonna learn more and we will have a brilliant presentation. Thank you once more, Prof. We will consider really your issues related to engineering education, which you highlighted briefly now, and I will believe we will need to engage with you more thoroughly and your office and with the elected executive and the Vice President, Engineer Mustafa Balarabi, to know more and to see how we can advance this together with your support in your office, and for sure with the support of our dear sister Caroline Bushdid, which is the first ever female to be the chairman of the August body, which is the Federation of African Engineering Organization. And no one to have the floor now to give us remarks except my dear sister Caroline Bushdid, the engineer, the first female of president for the African Federation of Engineering Organization. Engineer, you have the floor, and I'm honored to introduce you to this August meeting. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very warm remarks and warm welcome. Excellency, the Commissioner for ST, the Honorable Minister for Higher Education and Scientific Research for the Arab Republic of Egypt, who's represented here, the Chair for ASRIC, the President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, and the Chancellor for the and distinguished participants. We at FAIO are very delighted to be taking part in this historic event, which is the first ASRIC conference on engineering sciences, and we trust that it will be the first conferences. The Federation of African Engineering Organizations signed a memorandum of understanding on technical cooperation with the African Union Commission 2016 for the common goal of promoting science, engineering, innovation, and technology in the development of societies. And we see this conference as one of the fruits of that agreement. FAIO believes that visions for a better future, like the AU's Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, cannot be achieved without the active involvement of engineers. And events like this conference create opportunities to harness the thoughts and ideas of engineers across the continent. The theme for this conference, Engineering and Informatics for Africa's Urbanization, is particularly apt and challenges many perceptions. When you talk about Africa, informatics and urbanization is not the first thing you would often think about. But this topic tackles head-on the problem of urbanization that is looming and addresses the role of engineering and informatics in tackling this problem. It is a topic that covers every facet of life and several engineering disciplines, from energy to water to industry, health, you name it. It's covered in a topic on urbanization. Provision of the basic necessities of life in urban settings, most importantly, also addresses the sustainable development. FIRE will be listening very closely to the deliberations to determine needs, like those in education and training, and for capacity building in general. We'll also be looking to identify areas in which research and innovation must be encouraged. We recognize that we in Africa must not remain passive beneficiaries of technology. We must help to create technology that is appropriate for our needs. And as some acquire knowledge, skills, and expertise, we must be able to share that knowledge with others across the continent so that together we can develop. Currently, FIRE is working with a special focus on harmonizing engineering education standards across this continent and facilitating engineering capacity building and the mobility of engineering practitioners throughout Africa. Conferences such as this provide opportunity for sharing knowledge and experience, and we look forward to a rich exchange of ideas, and we look for very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Engineer Caroline Bushlead, for your remarks. And I call upon Johnson. I sent you by private to say mute mic, please, Johnson. So please mute your mic. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson Dukwe.
Yeah, thank you.
Off your mic.
Yeah.
Okay, I should off my mic. Okay.
Thank you. And I can't mute myself, Johnson, because I'm the one moderating the session. Sorry for that. So colleagues, really, we are so delighted to have the remarks from Caroline Bushlead, and I believe we are happy to work together, and they are one of the main technical support that we receive for this meeting was coming from Engineer Caroline Bushlead and her team, and especially Ovens in Abuja. I'm sure Mustafa Balarabi, my very good brother, thank you very much for your support. Without more taking your time, I see that we are here having two of my bosses in this meeting. I have Professor Ratemo Michiaka, who is the chair of the Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council. And I have Professor Sami Chumbu, which is the vice chair of the Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council. I welcome both of you professors, and I work for you for the last 3 years. And I'm so happy to have you on board in this meeting. And without further ado, I call upon Professor Ratemo Michiaka to give us his remarks.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Hamdi, and really colleagues various presidents, minister, and the very distinguished guests who are attending this meeting now. We look very much forward to coming to Cairo, but circumstances didn't work, and on behalf of the African Scientific Research Innovation Council, I would really like to welcome all of you. I see my senior, my Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo, Commissioner. I see very many colleagues from West Africa, from East Africa, from Egypt, universities across Africa. And this meeting really is set to start the pace for development within our continent. ASRIC, under the very able CEO Hamdi, has really done quite a lot. And this being the first meeting on the development engineering of the African continent, and really recognizing the works that have been done by our great country, Egypt, professors in the universities in Cairo and across Africa. We really welcome this meeting. We welcome our excellent president. I see very excellent engineers today, and I really don't want to take much more time than this, but on behalf of the ASRIC, on behalf of the vice chairpersons of this ASRIC, and on behalf of the secretariat based now in Abuja under her able leadership of Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo, let me not do much more than this, but thank you so much, Cairo, for having accepted to host us. And like you have said, we look forward to having another meeting of similar magnitude in your beautiful city, Cairo. And hopefully you will now roll down to some East African countries for the subsequent meetings. With those remarks again, thank you and feel at home, welcome, advise the best you can. And we are really ready to take suggestions that you come through. After this, we hope to learn the very best that has been done from the East, West, South, North for the development of this continent being suffering. Like now, I can tell you point blank that the climate change within East Africa, even Nairobi, is so cold that I don't understand what is going on in the months of August. But that has nothing to do with engineering, but climate change. Thank you again, and I'd like again, Father, to really welcome you for this meeting, thanking the original proposal for being in Cairo, but unfortunately, we couldn't make it there today. Thank you so much indeed, every one of you, and most welcome.
Thank you, Sana, Professor Mashkuri. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Michiaka, the chair of the Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council. Thank you very much indeed once more, sir, for your welcoming remarks. Now we have a time to listen to Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo, the Commissioner of Human Resource Science and Technology. She's my boss. She's a very kind and Africanist that drive our all programs. She's the locomotive pushing us very hard to achieve what we are achieving in the level of the Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council, and also in the level of the African Union Scientific and Technical Research Commission. And she is based in Addis Ababa. Unfortunately, we are not having the opportunity to see her every day and work with her very close, but this will not leave us away from her leadership and guidance. And thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for availing your time to be with us here today. And the floor is yours. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, my brother, Dr. Engineer Hamdi, Ahmed Hamdi. I'm going to use the word engineer because this conference is making a very big historic moment, because it's the first ASRIC engineering conference on engineering sciences. And I'm proud that the person handling this is one who knows the subject very well. Thank you very much, Dr. Hamdi. The distinguished Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Arab Republic of Egypt, my brother, His Excellency, Dr. Khaled Abdel Ghaffar, a man with a passion for change. We have missed Cairo this time, I hope next I'll be there. But I'm very happy I'm participating in this first ASRIC engineering conference, since in the next 2 months, I will be leaving the African Union Commission. The Chancellor, Obu Institute, Professor Abdallah El Dalishan, thank you very much for your remarks. I appreciate it. And the President, World Federation of Engineering Organization, Professor Dr. Engineer Gonkeng, I learned a lot listening to you because I'm not in your field. I'm not a scientist. I'm an educationist, but you were able to make me understand the core of the subject. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, Engineer Carlin Bull Shady, the Federation of African Engineering Organization. I was also happy to listen to you, and the the chair of ASRIC, Professor Ratimo W. Mishika, the first ever chair who has moved the ASRIC train along with other eminent distinguished professors like Professor Chombo, my mentor, and of course with Dr. Hamdi and his team working together without having any money, but making history and actually contributing to the ASRIC work. Thank you very much, sir, for serving with us. And I also use this opportunity to acknowledge all the African Science Academy, every member of the AAS, and all those in the Executive Bureau. I appreciate your work. And the different coordinators of the subcommittees that we have in ASRIC. Thank you very much. I have seen the work you do. I fly on your wings. So rather, you are the one that make me proud. All those accolades Dr. Hamdi gave to me has to go to you, who are the technical people doing the job and only making me sit here and give speeches. Thank you very much. And of course, to my own brother, Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi, the Executive Director of the African Union STRC. This is one person too, who has a vision and a mission and a passion for the job he does. I will tell you that he's been able to move AUSTRC, even when there was no budget. I see so many publications on the shelf when I go to their office, so many videos, so many trainings they've done. Thank you very much, Dr. Hamdi. It's been an honor and a privilege to have worked with you. The single chairs of the African Syndicate and engineering organizations. And I must mention my sister. I needed to congratulate you, Engineer Carlin Bushedi, for being the first female to sit on this seat. I say bravo to you, because I'm always proud when women are leading. And thank you very much for the way you spoke, because I can speak engineering sciences because I listened to you. I listened to Professor Dr. Engineer Gonkeng, and I listened to Professor Abdallah El Dashan, because I was wondering what was I going to say today that will make a difference. So thank you very much, my sister. I appreciate you. Congratulations. And I'm happy that your organization have signed an MOU with the African Union. Honorable colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I would like to send you a warm greetings of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency, Dr. Musa Faki Mahamad, in this auspicious conference, which is the first thematic conference of its kind to be organized by ASRIC. I also express my profound gratitude to the organizers, Obu Institute, African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, ASRIC, Federation of African Engineering Organization, and to our partners, the Unesco, UN Habitat, World Federation of Engineering Organization, and other African engineering institutions. Today is a remarkable day as engineers gather to discuss our development challenges and opportunities. Today, we are re-echoing the dreams of people who started their African Union when it was OAU, in the likes of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the president, Walimu Nyerere, when they said science, technology, and innovation will lead Africa to that paradise that we're still aspiring to get to. This conference ought to have been a hybrid one, where both physical and virtual mixed together. However, due to some circumstances beyond the control of the organizers, it was made completely virtual. The ministerial salon, which was intended to be physical, was canceled and rescheduled for next Engineering Conference. I sincerely apologize for this unforeseen challenge. I am honored to be standing here before you virtually to address this August gathering, though I'm sitting down and I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, the overarching framework for continental growth and development in Africa is the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. That Agenda 2063 that speaks of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own competent and skilled citizens, able to play in the global arena. This Agenda 2063 has many policies and programs in every sector of development, like Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which is CISA 2024, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, CADEP, Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CISA 2016-2025, the African Space Policy, and I'm happy that His Excellency is part of this conference because something needs to be done quickly about our starting the African Space Project in Egypt. The AU Green Innovation Framework, the Biosafety Strategy, etc. Each of these policies I've mentioned have elements of infrastructural development, while CISA 2024 cuts across to ensure the successful implementation of these strategies. As such, my department, the department that used to be called Human Resources, Science and Technology, now renamed in February 2021 as the Department of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, work closely with other AUC departments and partners for the successful implementation of these strategies and policies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, for those of you who don't know the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, which Professor Micheka has spoken so well about, it was a flagship program and later resulted in becoming an institution of the AUC as a specialized advisory body to the African Union on Science, Technology, Research, and Innovation, which was established by the Executive Council decision and officially launched in November 2018. Without science, without technology, without innovation, without research and development, there can be no Africa we want by 2063, whether we like it or not. And that is why we need to consolidate on science, technology, and innovation in order for us to achieve the Africa we want. You want infrastructure, you want good health, you want good food, you want potable water, you want e-health, whatever. It has to do with these engineering sciences. And that is why I am so much appreciative that all of you came together and made sure that we see the light of the day on the beginning of this conference today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa is faced with a backlog of infrastructure challenges in the level of mega cities, normal-sized cities, towns, and villages. I will address only a few of these challenges. According to the African Development Bank, 39% of the African population has access to electricity compared to 70 to 90% in other parts of the developing world. And Africa's power connectivity is at 39 MW per million inhabitants. That is the lowest in any developing region. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa, the total power generated by these AU member states is not more than that of Spain, just one country. Despite all the potentials we have in Africa to produce electricity that may be enough to power not only Africa, but Africa and some part of Asia. Today we talk about the pandemic and we're talking about remote learning. How can we speak about remote learning without bridging the digital divide and investing in green energy? Under the IT, according to the World Bank, a 10% increase in broadband penetration could raise GDP by 1 to 2%, the internet penetration rate per region in Africa where the Southern Africa and Northern Africa are doing well at 62% and 56% respectively, while the world average stands at 59%. However, the Western, Eastern, and Central Africa are below the world average. Another thing that quickly strikes my mind with the challenges we are facing in Africa, where many of our cities have a heap pile of waste in the suburbs and sometimes within the cities themselves. Sub-Saharan Africa produces about 80 million tons per year of solid waste. Managing such huge amount of solid waste is one of the biggest challenges of the urban areas of all sizes, from mega cities to the small towns and villages. Not only that, but solid waste management has become the top 5 most challenging problems for city managers. However, rapid urbanization, increasing industrialization, rising income, and more sophisticated consumption are leading to an increase in the amount and toxicity of waste. The management of the solid waste has become imperative for our health, survival, and well-being. It is a fact that August participants, the poor infrastructure caused our national economic growth by 2% every year and reduces our productivity as much as 40%. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the other major challenge we are facing that is slowing down intra-African transport mobility and is slagging intra-African trade is standards and standardization. Colleagues, one cannot travel via train from Aswan, Egypt, to Wadi Halfa, Sudan, because the rail gauge in Aswan is 4 feet 8.5 inches, while in Sudan, Wadi Halfa, it is 3 feet 6 inches. This makes transportation of goods and services near impossible via train from Egypt to Sudan, and there are many other like this across the continent. Sometimes we need to go to Istanbul, go to France, to go to certain parts of Africa. Why is it like that? What can be done? How can we solve this problem? What are the things we are doing? Are we going to continue to speak rhetorics and not acting and not implementing? How do we make the political powers to work along with the vision of sustainable development so that we can speak of a true Africa and make Africa the El Dorado it's supposed to be? Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, the theme of today's conference is Engineering and Informatics for Africa's Urbanization, with the sub-themes: 1, Eco-engineering for megacities and urbanization; 2, Informatics and Big Data for urbanization and megacity management; and 3, Urban and megacities planning, development, and management. Today, Africa is the home to 7 rapidly growing megacities: Cairo, Accra, Johannesburg, Khartoum, Kinshasa, Lagos, and Nairobi. More in the near future to come. I may forecast Addis Ababa to join soon. The norm of transformation of a city to become a mega one comes with challenges and demand for new and extended infrastructure in different sectors, such as water, sewage, waste management, security, IT, roads, recreational areas, schools, hospitals, among others. While on the other, the challenges that resulted from this transformation, such as carbon footprint, pollution, air quality, along with social and economic challenges, need to be addressed carefully. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the theme of today's conference, Engineering and Informatics for Africa's Urbanization, it therefore means that this is the only systematic approach of solving challenges of sustainable development, and there is need for us to address this sector in order to contextualize our challenges to the solutions we can derive from engineering and informatics for Africa's urbanization. As we all know, engineering physics or engineering science is a combined disciplines of physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, and engineering, particularly computer, nuclear, electrical, electronic, aerospace, materials, or mechanical engineering. All these subjects speaks of development. And this is what we see when we travel to other worlds. Like you go to the US, you go to Europe, you do this. It's because they have consolidated on these areas. And that is why they talk about greener pastures out of Africa. It therefore means we need to recalibrate our educational system. And in the continental education strategy for Africa, we have spoken about curriculum. What curriculum are we giving to our students? What are we training them for? Why do we have this misfits and mismatch of skills where students get certificates and they do not get jobs? It is because the right kind of subjects like engineering sciences and informatics were not taught. If they were taught, the job would be available because we have jobs, but we don't have the human capital to work on this. And I appreciate it when I listened to the Professor Dr. Engineer Gonkeng saying they will continue to work with Africa to make sure we have the best and to create human capacity for this. I also agree with my sister, Engineer Kalyan Bushedi, who says the AU Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved if we do not work on these engineering sciences. Why is this so important? Because engineering turns science and technology into something tangible and useful to society. Our research must leave the lab. Our research must leave the shelves and get to the industries and be transformed into end products that the people can use. And that is why there must be a tripartite relationship or synergy between the political policies and the academia and the private sector, that is the industries that do the job. And that is why we need to make sure we make these courses sexy. Sexy in a way that when students see this, they will want to be that, because they will be able to match the job they get with the kind of life they want to live. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our curriculum needs to be taught courses in basic sciences like math, physics, chemistry, and different engineering disciplines, including the others I've mentioned. And this has been re-echoed again by Professor Dr. Engineer Gonke. And that is why the chairperson's 1 million by 2021 initiative is very important, because it falls on the 4 E's, the E of education, the E of entrepreneurship, the E of employment, and the E of engagement. And I believe that this first ASRIC Engineering Conference on Engineering Sciences with the theme of engineering and informatics for Africa's urbanization is actually treating those 4 E's. You are speaking education. For we to talk about engineering sciences and informatics, we speak in education. And then from there, you are speaking employment, because if we get them, they get the employment, they become entrepreneurs. And even in organizing this conference, you are engaging, because you are engaging through mentorship. So sincere gratitude to the organizers. And I wish to say that for a healthy Africa, for the Africa we want, together we can make a difference if we cross our T's and dot our I's together. The political will must work with the academia. The political will must work with the private sector. The political will must work for the Africa we want, because 70% of our population, they are youthful. It's a youthful continent. And Africa is the next frontier, whether we like it or not. And we Africans should proudly make the people we are training to be great, to make Africa a great place that we want it to be. As we say in the national anthem, let's make Africa the tree of life. I am sure your conference will discuss such challenges in depth, where we are expecting the output to contribute to the well-being of African citizens under the overall umbrella of the African Union Agenda 2063. Your Excellency, my big brother, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of your time, I want you to know that our strength is in our diversity, and we have come a long walk for better Africa that is in accordance with the needs and aspirations of Agenda 2063 for a prosperous Africa driven by its own citizens and a force to be reckoned within the international arena. Sincere gratitude to Dr. Hamdi, who is leading AUSTRC. Sincere gratitude to all the organizers who have participated with us to make sure that this come to be. Today is a day that we'll not remember in history. Thank you very much. Shukran, Amase Ginalo, Obrigado, merci beaucoup.
Asante Sarah, Commissioner, thank you very much indeed for your perfect speech, guidelines. And I believe everybody should know that you are the one who promised to make ASRIC alive in 1 year after you joined the office. The decision came out because of your commitment and support. And thank you very much to make ASRIC reality and to participate actively in all ASRIC activities and programs. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
And you are someone who preach in all what you believe and you implement it. And I believe that you are one of the people who make Africa tree of life. And thank you very much indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. Colleagues, we are delighted today to have with us His Excellency Dr. Ayman Ashur, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Higher Education of Scientific Research of the Arab Republic of Egypt, representing His Excellency Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of the Arab Republic of Egypt, who was not able to join us because of an urgent commitment that just introduced to him by the presidency. And that's why we have here with us His Excellency Dr. Ayman Ashur, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research of the Arab Republic of Egypt. I'm honored to have you with us, Professor Ayman Ashur. You have the floor to open this, to give the opening remarks for this meeting. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi, Professor Anyang Agbor, Commissioner, Human Resource Science and Technology, African Union Commission, Professor Abdallah El-Bahshan, Chancellor of Abur Institutes, Professor Dr. Engineer Bonki, President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, Engineer Caroline Bouchdid, representative of the Federation of African Engineering Organization, Professor Ratimo Mechika, Chair of the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council. Dear distinguished engineers, scientists, and participants, good morning. It is my great pleasure to join you in the first ASRIC conference on engineering sciences with a specific title of Engineering and Informatics for Africa's Urbanization in partnership with Abur Institutes in Egypt. First of all, let me apologize about the inconvenience to make this conference physical attendance. As you all know, the current situation and the new wave of COVID-19 and Delta COVID that arose in many countries in the region, which created health constraints. Egypt is always open and ready to welcome you all in such events, and I am sure that you will make a very effective conference with your delegations, presentations, and recommendations at the end. I congratulate you on choosing this title of the conference that target the future of digital urbanization and mega cities. As you might know, that new capital of Egypt is fully digitalized city with all modern technology of digitalization that rely on big data analysis, artificial intelligence, eco-environment, that three main sub-themes of your conference. This is the future of Africa, and our scientists and engineers have to work and innovate to build the future of urbanization in Africa in a modern and digital way. The conference sub-themes, as I said, are targeting three main pillars of the digital urbanization that we look at in the future. The first one is the eco-engineering of mega cities and urbanization. The second one is informatics and the big data for urbanization and the mega city management. And the third one is urban and the mega cities planning, development, and management. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our content is rapidly developing, and we have a role and a commitment to ensure that such development is aligned with the future of the world. Let us think about Africa in 2063 and how it will look like. And instead of having three mega cities, Cairo, Kinshasa, and Lagos, let us plan for having a digital mega city in every country in Africa. This requires our scientists and engineers to innovate and design such a future of our cities. I wish you all a very successful conference with very innovative presentations and discussions and recommendations. I want to see your recommendations and how the policymakers could take it forward for the benefit of our beloved continent. By the end, I would like to thank the organizing committee and thank you and good luck, best wishes for all of you. Thank you.
Shukran, معالي Dr. Ayman Ashur. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency Ayman Ashur, for your opening remarks. And I believe we will have a very, very interesting conference. We have about 60 and more papers, which some of them are going to be presented here in this media, while the others are going to be presented in a special room in Al Ubur Institute. Especially the number of papers we had is not really enough to have during these 3 days. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency Ayman Ashur. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency Sarah Akbaru. Thank you very much, Professor Ratumo Machiaka, Engineer Caroline, Engineer Congo Key Professor, and Professor Abdullah Dahshan. Thank you all for joining this opening ceremony and giving us your aspiration and directions and remarks. And I really appreciate your participation. But before handing out to Engineer Walid El-Dahshan to take us through the next session, I would like to recognize the presence of our colleagues from Unesco, and that Unesco was a great supporter for us during the preparation for this meeting. And really, I welcome all the colleagues from Unesco presenting in this meeting, especially if I mention we have Amal Kasri and Ramasamy. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. For the next session, which of this conference is going to be a brief on key development partners, is going to be moderated by Mr. Walid El-Dahshan from Ubur, the treasurer of Al Ubur Institute. Please, you have the floor. I think we have Excellency Amani Ashur. Thank you very much indeed. I think from UNESCO, now I need to hand over to Walid, my very good brother, Walid El-Dahshan, for having to moderate for us the upcoming session. Dear Engineer Walid El-Dahshan, you have the floor. Thank you very much indeed. colleagues from Al Abur Institute is Engineer Walid Dashan online, please? Is he with us?
Muted. He must be muted.
I need to search. I don't see Engineer Walid among the participants in this meeting right now. So till the time we have Walid Al-Dahshan, engineer, to join us, I believe we don't need to waste more time. So I call upon Dr. Mohammed Kiari, if he is in this meeting with us right now, to moderate the session till we have a professor, to have engineer Walid Dashan with us. Dr. Kiari, can you take over, please?
I think he's also muted. I tried him sometimes back. He must be muted, Engineer Hamdi.
Yes, I think, Prof, with the permission of the colleagues from the organizing committee, I can moderate this session in behalf of my colleagues to save the time. And I'm calling upon the colleagues from the IT to mute all speakers, to mute all participants except the speakers. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I don't have anyone to moderate this session from my colleagues here around me, so allow me to moderate this session. And to
excuse me, Dr. Ahmed, I think, Dr.
Yes.
Ahmed, excuse me,
Yes.
but I think that Al Abur have a problem because all of the institution is not online. They have a special room for presentation and it disappear. I think there is a problem with them in the network or something like this. Not Engineer Walid only.
Okay, I
All
see.
of Al Abur is
Thank you.
disappear.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayman. I think I see Al Abur Institute is not connected, so we can continue our meeting, because this is the challenge we had when we have a virtual meeting. Even I can't, my colleague Dr. Kiari is around.
Hello? Yes, I am around. I just reconnected it.
Yes, please, can you moderate the next session for us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, without wasting much time, because we have made loss of time because of the connectivity and the others. This session is a special session which is called a brief
that we partner
by the
to write
development partners, where we have key development partners as African Union, the FEAO, the UNESCO, and also we have, I think the last person was off, which is the European Commission. We have these partners to make their presentation. And without wasting much time, I will call on the Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi, who doubles as the Executive Director of the African Union Scientific Technical Research Commission and also the Executive Director of the ASRIC, to give an overview of the ASRIC movement and the activities. And you have, as my boss, even though I can't tell him some of the thing, but here I have the mic, and you have 20 minutes to give your own overview. You can take the floor, Dr. Hamdi. Hello?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kiari. I'm really so delighted for you to moderate this session for us. This is an overview of the ASRIC movement and activities. Actually, we see ASRIC is more as a movement of scientists to address the challenges in Africa. We don't see it only as a specialized institution of the African Union. Rather, we see it a movement of scientists. And let me tell you, in the database of ASRIC, we have 10,000 scientists who are actively participating in most of the ASRIC activities. The African Union Scientific and Technical Research Commission, which is I'm honored to be the executive director, one of the specialized institutions of the African Union, and it is founded past six decades, and it's very interesting to tell you that it's older than the organization of the African Unity. We are mandated, and we are also the Secretariat for the Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council. We are mandated to steer ahead the implementation of AU policies and strategies on STI and to spearhead the implementation of STISA 2024. And by the establishment of ASRIC and putting the executive body for ASRIC, the AUSTRC was mandated to be the secretariat for ASRIC. The AUSTRC and the ASRIC strategic drivers are the STISA 2024, and the STISA 2024 has 4 pillars, which is building research infrastructure, enhancing technical and competencies, and enabling environment. While the STISA have 6 priority areas being identified, and we are working to address the 6 priority areas of STISA with considering the 4 pillars which STISA built on. In order to have that, the AUSTRC and ASRIC have an actions and intervention, which I'm delighted to present it to you in the few minutes to come. The Africa economy, one of the areas is in area of wealth creation. For Africa to be able to accelerate transition to innovation-led knowledge-based economy, and to enhance technical and professional competencies, and providing an enabling environment for science and technology and innovation in the development in the continent, the ASRIC and AUSTRC develop Africa economy driven by innovation. It's a policy analysis that to identify the gaps and the potential in the member states. I hear very well my commissioner was talking about taking the products from where it is in the laboratories and change them to prototypes and then to put them in the market. This has resulted on having inclusive innovation as a driving force for the Africa prosperity. That's to build inclusive and innovation capacities in Africa, to develop enabling environment for policies and legislation on the inclusive innovation, to build the capacities of our scientists and engineers to address the small size market, which we call it inclusive marketing or inclusive innovation. This is also include smart funding mechanism towards inclusive innovation products and services. The African Union in the area of creating wealth, we developed an AU Green Innovation Framework to guideline the economic prosperity through sustainable innovations, where we need to be sure that our mining, our agriculture, our tourism, all the sectors of economy are green, and we are able to save our environment and our people and our land for the upcoming generation. And this is to achieve the sustainability goals under the SDGs and also the Agenda 2063. In the area of living together and building society, we find that the number of female scientists that are participating in our activity in our activity and research in total, they are very few. We try to identify why there is a disparity or there is a gender disparity in science and technology and research in Africa, and we develop a kind of a strategic intervention that to be taken by member states and the regional economic communities to ensure that women are more taking science and technology as a career for themselves. In the area also to live together, we are talking much about the climate change and impact in Africa. The African Union Scientific and Technical Research Commission and the ASRIC, they developed a special studies on climate change impact in Africa to identify a recommendation and action intervention to be taken place in the mitigation and adaptation of the climate change. It's also an international platform on adaptation matrix, which is also addressing the Live Together Building Society of the STISA 2024. We partner with several institutions, including the Mohammed Polytechnic, Mohammed the Sadis, Mohammed the Sixth Polytechnic University, and others to ensure that we are having a platform on adaptation matrix for the climate change. The activities of ASRIC and AOSTRC in building society is attracted to 1,000 scientists to be trained from the last 3 years. And this scientist was trained in health sciences, inclusive and community-based innovation, knowledge management, climate funding, natural risk, and engineering. And I'm so delighted to inform you that the engineering capacity building was done with the support of the Egyptian Syndicate of Engineers. We had trained a good number of engineers with the support of the Egyptian Syndicate of Engineers. And this is all in Egypt happened because of the support of the team of international cooperation and Africa relation who avail a memorandum of understanding between the African Union and the Egyptian Syndicate to push forward. Some of our people were trained in India, and I'm going to talk in this later during my presentation. In area of living together, again, we have build a society. Actually, we have a scholarship. We call it the African Union Certificate Technical Research Scholarship Scheme. And the scheme we started with the Unimate of FAS, and we have a scholarship program for the period of the 5 years. We implemented 2 calls. As of today, we have 20 scholarships being given by the Unimate for scientists to study PhD, and it's focused fully on engineering. And the budget allocated by the Unimate FAS is about $500,000 US, and we are looking forward for more universities to come on board and offer to the pool of the ASRIC scholarship more scholarship to benefit our students. One of the areas where we are discussing under the STISA 2024 is prevention and control of disease. We are happy to announce that we are able to develop research translation framework from the bench to the bedside, where the standard operational procedures was developed to help member states to develop their own standard operational procedures. And also it's a roadmap to create mechanisms that to support research translation in the level of the African Union. I call upon everybody to go to the website and to see such output we had. And the issues related to the also health, control disease. We have developed a monogram for 342 plants in Africa for pharmacopoeia, and this is to allow Africa to benefit from its biodiversity and also to protect Africa plants varieties, among others. It is also I'm pleased also to pronounce to you that we developed the first African Union Science and Technology framework on detection, identification, and monitoring of infectious disease in human, animal, and plants. And this is the first time to introduce the One Health concept to the African Union and to its member states. And this strategic document was the base for the establishment of the African Union CDC. An area of the prevention also, we have the movement on COVID-19, and this movement on COVID-19 was established in 2020, very early, when the pandemic just outbreak. More than 200 scientists from Africa and diaspora. We have more than 40 universities are fully active and participating, 30 national planet protection organizations, and large African specialized institutions like Reforum, FARA, ATPS, AU, IPSEC, and AU IPAR. The total number of member states within this movement is 25. We had put in place structures that to address the issues related to COVID-19, which we have the ASRIC advisory board this is to guide the intervention of us, the member states, especially in R&D plans and also modeling Afrocentric solution and respond, non-pharmaceutical intervention, diagnosis, among others. And we have a working group on food and nutrition because it resulted from the COVID-19. We find that there is, because of the lockdown, there is a lot of problems happen during the lockdown time related to food and nutrition in the continent. And the socioeconomic impact was one of our working group. And finally, we tap into our indigenous knowledge to be able to have an Afrocentric response to the COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I'm so delighted to show you to present you some of the products that been coming out and still more to come on the issues related to the COVID-19 as an output of the ASRIC movement to compare COVID-19 or to eliminate the impact of COVID-19. We have a low-cost Moringa sand filter, and this is a very good technology to purify water, and we are putting in place more budget to ensure that we are improving the quality of water that is coming from hand wash to be very safe as a drinking water that's using a very low-cost technology. All these publications are available in our website. You heard Dr. Chiari is calling about to join the African Union Network of Sciences. And one of the priority areas under the STISA 2024 was physical and intellectual mobility. We see that the African Union, the African Union Network of Sciences is a virtual platform that gives comprehensive interaction within the Knowledge Society and Post-Africa Research and Innovation Output Library. It's not only that, but also it's an innovative way to control or to reverse a brain drain to a brain gain, where our diaspora can participate actively in our activities. In the areas of cross-cutting and enabling environment, we find that it's costly to have a publication in the SCI journals and also Q1 and Q2 journals, which may cost about $400, $500 to do your own publication. In that regard, the ASRIC board, the ASRIC board, which is composed of the chair and the 4 vice chairs, decided to have an ASRIC journals, which we have 5 thematic areas. And these journals we are expecting within the 3 to 4 years to come to become the high-ranked SCI journals in each categories. And that's why we are calling the scientists, professors to give a special attention and send their articles and papers to be published in the ASRIC journal, considering that ASRIC journal is going to be free for all African scientists. They will have a free publication, and also they will be able to download or interact with all the journals with free subscriptions. What is coming in very near future, we have the 4th ASRIC Congress, which is going to be taking place from 22nd to 25th of November, and it's going to be hosted in Abuja, Nigeria. And we pray that it's going to be a physical, and the Bureau of ASRIC is insisting to do all our best to ensure that this meeting is going to be physical. The theme of the fourth ASRIC Congress is a strategic investment utilization of SDGs for Africa's economic emergence. This is related to the conference. What we have very soon, we are going to have the ICMR, which is the Indian Council of Medical Research, which is one of our partners, where we trained like 200 African bioscientists and medical scientists in the last 2 years in India on hands-on several programs. We are going to have launching together the ICMR and AUSTRC research grant scheme with an envelope of $6 million USD dollars. Finally, I would like to present to you our partners who are the backbone for our success, because we can't do the job alone and can't move lonely. We have a committed partner, among of them the Obur Institute, the Euro Mediterranean University of Fas, the Indian Medical Council Research, Egyptian Syndicate of Engineers, and for sure we have with us the Federation of African Engineering Organization. And I hope in the very near future, we're going to have a memorandum of understanding with the World Federation or World Engineering or Federation of the World Engineering Organization. And sure, our partner, Obur Institute, which is a great partner where we have together this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. I believe I did not make justice to all the projects and programs that we are handling under the African Union Scientific and Technical Research Commission and the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, but you have the opportunity to visit our websites to be able to see what we have, download the documents, and if you would like to interact with us more and to be part of the ASRIC movement, where we can reach you anytime to put a cluster of research and to inform you about the opportunities we had, don't forget to sign on the African Union Network of Sciences. Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Chiari, the moderator of our session, I hope that I didn't take time more than the allocated for me, and thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hamdi, for the eloquent presentations, which you have made a summary of the activities of the ASRIC as well as that of AUSTRC on all what we have done, but since the period that we have been here, which is the 3 years that covers of the ASRIC existence. And he has given you a highlight on the engineering capacity buildings that the ASRIC has with the with the Egyptian Syndicate of Engineers. And there is one thing that excites us a lot about the Egyptian Syndicate of Engineering, which has a membership of over 700,000 engineers. And we have been trying to look at it arguably to find something like that in the others, but it's very challenging. But they have a very huge manpower, which is great for Africa's transformations. And the movement, he talked about the movement, and we want you to join the movement of the ASRIC. It's still on. You can be partners so that we can work together. Without wasting much time, and not to repeat what he has said, we are now going to call on the next presenter, which we always call the Iron Lady. And the Iron Lady in the sense that she has made a history in the history of African engineers. And she is not any other person, the president of the Federation of the African Engineering Organizations. She's going to give an overview of the institutes and what they have been doing. In the person of engineer Colin Bochede. You can take the floor and share your screen. And to share it is just go down, you can see share screen and just click it and it will show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may just start with my presentation. So I'll be telling you a little bit more about the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. I will say something about its history, Then I will talk about its structures and the strategies and programs that it has, and then it hopes to do in future. And talking about the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, this came into being in May 2012, and that was following a merger of two organizations. That was the Federation of African Organizations of Engineers and the African Engineering Forum. The Federation of African Organizations of Engineers had been in existence for several years. I believe Egypt was even one of the founding members of that organization. The African Engineering Forum came much later, and it was mainly Southern African countries. And so fortunately, the engineers on the continent got together and realized that they needed to just have one body, and FIO was born in 2012 and became the sole body representing engineering organizations in Africa. So FIO represents Africa at the World Federation of Engineering Organizations and speaks for Africa at bodies like the African Union, UNESCO, and so on. FIO has the following structures. It has a General Assembly, that's the highest decision-making body. It has an Executive Council, that's the governing body, an Executive Board that deals with the day-to-day operations, and it has many committees. The committees, it has standing committees, industry sector committees, and project committees. And the heads of these committees all serve on the Executive Council. Then it has a secretariat, which is located in Abuja, and it works through regional bodies. That is the Central African, Eastern African, Northern African, and Southern African, as well as West African federations of engineering organizations. Its main mission now is to promote and advance the science and practice of engineering for the benefit of society in Africa and globally. And it has 4 pillars with which it's working at the moment. Engineering advocacy, which is creating awareness amongst leaders, policymakers, and society at large about the critical importance of engineering to the socioeconomic development of Africa. Then the engineering workforce, which we want to develop to be sufficient for Africa, diverse, inclusive, and competent, as well as relevant for the industries in Africa, and able to engage in safe, ethical, and sustainable practice. We also want to have competent industries in Africa as well. So we're looking at the engineering workforce, the individuals, and the organizations as well. Then we work for the advancement of knowledge. That's to promote the advancement of knowledge in critical areas that are required for development in Africa. And then we try and disseminate that knowledge to member organizations using journals, seminars, and so on. FIO, to be able to do all this, FIO, of course, needs to be an efficient and effective organization. And so we're working to try and improve FIO's capacity. It needs to have knowledge on engineering in Africa if it's to be the most representative of the profession and the industry in Africa. So these are the pillars on which FIO is operating at the moment. Now, let's talk a little bit more about our engineering advocacy. Since FIO became a body, the single body representing engineering in Africa, we've done a number of things. We've done a lot of advocacy, and that's how come we signed the MOU with the African Union Commission. And we've been advocating for the recognition of engineering as a tool. And we do this at every opportunity that we can get. We've been advocating for engineering regulation in Africa because you cannot practice the profession in an environment that is not orderly. People who practice engineering must have the capacity to do so, must know what they are doing, and we believe that this comes with engineering regulation. So we've been advocating for engineering regulation. We've been identifying problems and consulting widely throughout Africa for solutions. And so we've been holding webinars and so on, conferences, seminars, and this is how we expect to, find out what the problems are. So this conference, for example, is a good one. We hope to take away something from it. And then we've been celebrating special days like the World Engineering Day. These are all to highlight what engineers do. And we have been proactively engaging governments and key stakeholders at national, regional, and international levels. And you'll see from the picture there that we had a meeting with the AFTA Secretariat. The other picture shows a meeting with the President of Ghana. And this was all part of the advocacy that we do as a body. We have been trying to improve the engineering workforce because we know that you need quality practitioners to be able to achieve your goals. And we have recently signed the Africa-Asia-Pacific Accord, which is to create the framework for harmonized standards across Africa. It's also to help facilitate mobility throughout the continent and beyond the continent, across member countries, as well as in Asia, Pacific, and other economies. We've been advocating for increased training in areas where it's needed. And we can only know areas where training is needed when we gather more information about things that are needed. This conference, for example, should be able to highlight some of the areas in which we need to concentrate more training in Africa. We've been looking at improving the competence of the workforce in Africa through capacity building, and we have a capacity building committee that works on that. We've also tried to ensure ethical practice through regulation and several other ways that we've been using to try and ensure ethical practice. The other thing is diversity and inclusivity in the workforce. We need to break down the barriers in society, in education, and pre and post-tertiary education and at work. And this can be done through policy. And before I end this presentation, I will tell you a few more of the ways that we are trying to use to achieve this. We've been supporting women in engineering through women in engineering groups, mentoring, networking, advocacy for gender-sensitive policies in educational institutions and workplaces. We realize we can use things like accreditation. We can make it a criteria in accreditation, and that may come in our AAP accord when we start working on accreditation. So we'll also be advocating for equal participation of females in leadership, and we intend to start a gender mainstreaming project that will also work on equal participation of women. We've been looking at ensuring the visibility of female engineers, and we will be working on a Hall of Fame project. And we've also been engaging in career counseling, competitions, and so on. And you will see that the pictures I have there, there's one of an art competition where we were actually looking at very young children, 5 to 7 year olds, and we had a very interesting competition. It's all trying to create awareness at a very young age so that by the time they grow up, they can begin to consider engineering as something that they can also do, young girls. We've also done videos for International Women's Day, celebrating success stories, and so on. So there's been a lot of activities in that line, and we will continue to work on that. We've been working on advancing knowledge, and we will be doing much more of that, where we need to identify the problems and the areas of research and innovation that is required, and we'll be using conferences, webinars, and competitions. And we need to encourage innovation. The competitions, again, can help. And we need to put in place some of the structures that will bring these innovations to market. So investments and so on, and find ways of encouraging innovation. We will be working to encourage research and disseminating these findings through our journals, magazines, and through our links with the tertiary educational institutions. So when World Water Day, we celebrated, and we also had the students' competition to do with the World Water Day. And we will be doing more of such things wherever we get the opportunity. It's all to advance knowledge. Of course, like I said, we need to be an effective organization to be doing all these things that we want to do. We need to be self-sufficient, and we need to be relevant. And so, yes, we signed an MOU with the AU. We serve on the WFU. We are recognized by Unesco, but we need to be relevant to them. And therefore, our activities need to maybe satisfy what they would also want to achieve, where we have common goals. And our activities with UNESCO, we have the Africa Engineering Week, the UNESCO Africa Engineering Week. We are going to hold the 7th one in Accra. We helped with the WUFIO committee in working on the UNESCO engineering report. 2 of our members participated in that. We helped in getting the World Engineering Day adopted. Our members were very active in that. We assisted in producing the landmark report I've mentioned. We chair committees in the WFU on anti-corruption, capacity building, women in engineering, and we have the executive vice president position, and so on. So we are quite prominent on the council of the WFEO. We are trying to get all engineering entities in Africa on board. So we've created an associate membership for engineering companies, so contractors, consultants, and so on. We are beginning to register so that we can have those numbers. We are gathering as much knowledge and data as we can, and we have a digital transformation project that we are going to use to help in gathering this data and making it easily accessible. We are also engaging all relevant regional and international bodies to represent African engineering interests. So let me say just a few words about our collaboration with the African Union. There were 3 main things that were to be achieved. One was to create a harmonized engineering education qualification framework. And we believe that with what we are doing with the Africa-Asia Pacific Accord, we'll be able to achieve this. So that is a first step on this line, and it's meant to ease mobility and so on. The other was to create harmonized technical standards and building codes for all infrastructure in Africa. And we have a project that we are just finalizing the concept for, where we want to start with a compendium of design nodes and codes in Africa, where we will find out what codes and nodes are being used, and we'll start with the building codes in every single country in Africa. So that will then become the starting point for a discussion on harmonized codes. And this project, it's intended that we will tackle all the other areas of infrastructure. And I was interested to hear Her Excellency speaking about railways that were not compatible. It is so important to have these harmonized codes and standards. It's not easy to do, but you have to start from somewhere, and we have a plan for that. We want to build engineering capacity too by strengthening the technical institutions. We also have a project we are working on, engineering staff colleges and other things, and then strengthening and empowering women and young engineers. So these are all some of the aims of the AU, and the projects I have mentioned where we are using to tackle some of these aims here. And I've already mentioned the AAP Accord and the Compendium for Design Rules and Codes. We are also working, another of our projects is the Infrastructure Report Card. We have a project that's just finishing soon. It covered a few countries, and we believe it should cover every single country in Africa, where you have a report card. After every maybe a year or so, you assess the infrastructure, like a school report. You assess the infrastructure of the country, and it highlights the deficiencies in the infrastructure for governments, and governments can use this as a tool for their development. We also have this digital transformation project I mentioned. We hope to create searchable databases of engineering goods and services on the continent. And we hope to work on gender mainstreaming in engineering and a Hall of Fame project, which we expect will be launched very soon at our Africa Engineering Week. And all these are just to empower women. So how our committees are working on this. We have committees on women in engineering, young engineers, capacity building, anti-corruption, education and training. And we also have industry sector committees that we are revitalizing. And you see the list there: energy, water, transportation, and ICT, extractive industries, construction, and manufacturing. So these are all the structures that we are going to be using to achieve our aims. And we have the regions, South, East, West, Central, and North African engineering organizations, and they duplicate our structures at the regional level. So to conclude, let me say that FAIO has the appropriate structures and to systematically work on its mission to promote and advance the science and practice of engineering for the benefit of society in Africa and globally. And FAIO has achieved a lot within a very short space of time, and it's poised to move to achieve even more. And at this stage, I believe my secretariat would want to share just a very short video about some of our activities.
Yeah, if Madam President, do stop sharing this.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Come on, dear. So see, this is it. So where's the it's not there.
I think there may be a problem with sharing that video. Moderator, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kellen. Because of the challenge, I think the moderator have now been shifted. The real moderator, Dr. Walid Al-Dashan, is around, and now he can take over.
Thank you, Engineer Colleen Bouchidid of the Federation of African Engineering Organization. And we are so sorry about the technical problems that we faced shortly. I think I'm just suggesting to postpone our discussion till after the fourth or the fifth presentation. What do you think, Dr. Ahmed? I think this was a good idea from you here. And I would like to thank you, dear participants, for your valuable time. Please allow me to hold the conference for 20 minutes for our coffee break. Looking forward to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much indeed, Engineer Walid. I think the Amir Lashin, the presenter about megacity vulnerabilities and challenges in the 21st century, will not be able to make it to the meeting.
Apologize.
Yeah, and then we're going to break as stated by our coordinator and moderator, Engineer Walid Dashan, for 20 minutes from now. See you after 20 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy your coffee.
Thank you.
Dr. Kerry. Hello, Dr. Kerry, are you there?
Hello? Please, if you have not registered, try and register it since we are on the break. You can go to the side chat and you can see the link for the registration. Thank you.
They're on break. Well, oh, cross. And I about GM ho. Into some issue, and say, as a sunny I may call. Remember, say, we know. I'm the new one by. Near mana be their mouth, now I am with Jumanti.
Hello.
Share.
Checking audio. Hello.
Going.
Hello, I think it is getting our time. Hello, can we move on to, can we come back to the session? I think just this is for housekeeping. The link for the registration has been sent out. If you have not registered, please send it, try and register. And also we are requesting for the copies of the presentations, particularly for the presenters, so that the Secretariat would upload it on the website after the conference for the participants who want to share the conference. I think we can now come back. The moderator is around. I think it's the engineer Walid Dashan. where he will call upon the two presenters to make their presentation, and we move for discussions and take the discussions on. Engineer Walid Deshan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Dear participants, Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first ASRIC conference on engineering sciences, titled Engineering and Informatics for Africa's Urbanization, hosted by ASRIC and Ubur Institutes. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, is known to build peace through international cooperation in education, the sciences, and culture. UNESCO's programs contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals defined in the Agenda of 2030, especially for its positive role in the development of the African continent. I would like to welcome Professor Ramasamy, who will present the UNESCO report on artificial intelligence for detection of water leaks in urban environment. The floor is yours, Dr. Ramasamy.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Dr. Ramasamy, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Excuse me?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, sir, and we can see you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to Dr. Ahmed Hamdi and His Excellency Professor Sarah and WFU President message. I hope that our work will fulfill all of those speeches, I hope. And this work is supported by UNESCO. We have been given a small project to implement the AI for detection of water leaks in urban environment, and thanks for that. And this is my team. I'm representing Addis Ababa Science and Technology University in Addis Ababa, and my principal investigator is Dr. Ashraf Mulatu, and myself, Professor Ramasamy. And thanks to Dr. Jayakumar Ramasamy, who has motivated us to submit the project for UNESCO funding. And we finally won it and we have implemented. We are on the midway, we have not finished. So I'm presenting the partial results. And thanks to Mr. Samuel Potli of UNESCO Addis Ababa and Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Ethiopia. And my presentation outline is going to be the rationale and motivation behind this project, and the background and context setting, why we have chosen this one, the objectives, the methods and techniques, experimental results so far, what we have achieved, and this hardware and software tools used, and suggestions from the expert people. So the rationale is like the access to water is a human right, and it is vital for dignity of every human to get the water for their consumption. But the problem is we have got several challenges due to the COVID. Already we were facing water shortage, and due to the COVID-19, the hygiene procedures and then sanitation, it is severely tested. So that is what the main thing we were facing during the pandemic. And this problem is motivated by the Sustainable Development Goal, especially the goal number 6, that is water, sanitation and hygiene. And that was widely stressed by African Water Vision, that is 2025. And as rightly told by His Excellency, Professor Sara, that UN AU 2063, they have got some agenda. It will fit into that role. And also the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2030. So it belongs to SDG 6. And even though there are so many people have given much importance on the capacity building and distribution, water distribution, how to reuse the water and how to recover the water, how to recycle, and what are all the restore technologies available. So people have worked a lot on this area, but very few people have worked on this like non-revenue water, or there is a water leakages happening. It is a silent leakage, which is also contributing to a major losses. Even though some people have worked on that one, there are challenges in making it sustainable. That's what the biggest problem. So the gap is like there is a non-revenue water which is unaccounted, and there is no sustainable leakage reduction technology, very sophisticated technology existing. So we try to address some of the gaps, and the answer to this gap is like using the artificial intelligence based detection technology and using the information and communication techniques into that one, as rightly pointed out by WFO president. This is what the motivation behind this one. And basically we are working on water hygiene and water sanitation and hygiene problem, SDG 6. And we are trying to reduce the best leakage reduction technique in notifying the patient, persons or the personals who are on the board, the leakage is happening at a particular location. That's what the context. And there are 17 sustainable development goals available. And out of that one, we were concentrating on sustainable development goal number 6, that is water sanitation and hygiene. And of course, this is linked to all these SDGs, but to say that one, especially that is the 4, which is like quality education. For quality education, water is very much important. And another thing for 8, that is a decentralization working, and also for economic growth also, water is very much important. Then once again, to the SDG goal number 10, which is reducing the inequality, there also water plays a major role. Then again, the 13th one, which is like a climatic change. Already we are stressed out of water, how efficiently we can use the water by using a minimum power. There again, this technique will come. Then once again, to ensure the peace and justice, equality for everybody. And then the goal number 17, which is like partnership to achieve all of this one. So these are all the other networking goals, which is substantiated by this SDG 6. So to say to that, this access to safe drinking water is very, very a major one. And by in 2020, only 2 billion people, that is 26% of the world population, is facing a shortage of water, that is the drinking water. And almost 46% of the world population, that is 3.6 billion, has lack of sanitation problem. And 29% of the world population is facing a basic hygiene problem. And this is already stressed by COVID-19 recovery. So water is severely stressed. So we have to use the reducing the water, recycling the water, and reusing the water we have to use. So to say to that, 129 countries are not on track, and especially in Africa, most of the countries, we don't have the mechanism to understand where the leak is happening, and we don't have the data to share that how much water is being produced and how much being used by the consumers. So in that context, we need to invest a lot on the data mechanism, how to collect how much amount of water is being produced and how much is being used in the last mile. There we are trying to use our technique. And to set the context, the world population is something around 8.6 or some billion, is going to reach by 2030. And out of this one, most of the people are living in the urban scenarios. That is almost 5.1 billion people are going to 5.1 billion are going to live in the urban environment, and more urbanization is happening. To say to that, in African context, almost 1.02 billion is going to live in the urban environment, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, if you take, it is going to be 0.57 billion. It's going to be an urban population. When you go to the 2050, still it is going to be higher. 9.8 billion is going to be the population growth, and 6.7 is going to be living in the urban space. So, and out of the population growth, if you take, the Africa is going to contribute a major thing, almost like 2.6 billion population growth from 2030 to 2050 is happening due to Africa. And we need to invest on a better water management network or a smart water network to satisfy the needs of the last mile people, rural people. Having said that, I want to spend some time on what is the water balance table as introduced by International Water Association, which is reference in 1. So we are producing so much amount of water, whether we are producing or we are purchasing, whatever it may be, that is, we call it as a system input volume. Then there is something called as an authorized consumption. That means we are going to build that one by means of some kind of metering technique. And the build meter consumption is all the commercial organization which will be having a meter, and for how much we are consuming, that we are going to pay the bills. That's fine. Then the second one is build but unmetered consumption. For example, some of the public health institutions, government offices, for defense establishment, it is going to be built, but there is not going to be a meter. So that is the second category. But however, it is going to be an authorized consumption. And that we call it as a revenue water. That we call it as a revenue water, for which there is an accountability, how much you are consuming, and you are going to pay for that one. But the problem is, in this category, there is an unbilled authorized consumption, which is like unbilled meter consumption. That is like for example, for government institutions and defense establishments, something like that, or for now we are facing a COVID situation and we have to maintain the hygiene and everything. So there will be a metering, but government is not going to pay for that one, it is subsidized. That will come under the category. The next one is an unbilled unmetered consumption. It is for the firefighting, or it is for the sewerage purpose or pressure maintenance, something we may not be billing and we may not be unmetering that one. That we call it as a non-revenue water. But on top of this one, there is a water losses happening, which will be apparent losses and also aerial losses. Apparent losses, it's like unauthorized consumption, maybe even a theft, or some people are misusing that thing. And also apparent losses is also contributed by meter inaccuracies. So the meter may not record it correctly. It may be deviating from what it is supposed to record. And also the data handling errors. Meter may record it correctly, but we may not be taking it in the correct numbers. So that will contribute some errors. That is called as an apparent losses. But there is a real losses which will come due to leakage in transmission lines. So our work is mainly concentrating on this one. How to quantify the leakage and how to alert the leakage at the earlier stage in the transmission and distribution mains. There is also a storage leaks happening, which is in a stored environment. And also there may be some overflows which you cannot prevent it correctly. It may also consume to losses. Then there may be a service connection leaks up to the meter level, which is not metered, and who is going to bear that losses. So all these things, whichever is shown in this category and also unbilled authorized consumption. Everything, we call it as a non-revenue water. Whereas only a small amount of segment, we call it as a revenue water. A major chunk is not accountable and nobody is going to pay for that one. And especially, we found out that from all the literature, the leakage happening and storage leaks, everything is contributing 25 to 30%. And that is going to create a lot of revenue losses to the management. There we have to concentrate using the artificial intelligence techniques. So to further validate my point, this is taken from one of the other that is which is referenced in AI. He has given us a nice representation about, for example, in this graph, if you take, there are some colors given on each and every region that will account to what is the amount of non-revenue water happening. For example, in the African region, if you take somewhere around 36 to 38% of non-revenue water is happening. That is because of the previous one, maybe because of leakages, because of meter inaccuracy, or whatever may be these things. So 36 to 37% of non-revenue water is happening in Africa. And in other countries also, in Europe, if we can say 28% water, non-revenue water is happening. Whereas if you take South Africa, it is like 25 to 28% of this one. And in North America, if you can take, there also it is like something like 38 to 40%. In Asia, if you can take 30 to 36%. So that is what the non-revenue water, which is represented in different colors. But whatever the numbers shown over here in each and every region, that is like $41 million is being wasted on non-revenue water, especially in leakages and storages or meter inaccuracies. And the Africa is losing $41 million per year on non-revenue water, whereas the highest is in Africa. This is because of the vast amount of land. Asia, that is 383 million USD is being wasted on a non-revenue water. Now, if you take an African context, we have only the data coming, the data management is very good in these three countries. That's what I heard from the literature. Senegal, 24% of the people, they are sharing the data, how much water is being produced, how much is being utilized. Like that, we have got a validated data. From Somalia, we have got a 14% validated data. And Nigeria, they are consuming 9%, which has got a validated data. For the rest of the place, we don't have a proper data management thing. So our problem, the AI techniques will try to address that problem also, to report how much amount of water is being produced and how much amount of is consumed. To come into our area, that is Addis Ababa, Ethiopian context, this is the fact sheet. We have an organization called as Addis Ababa Water and Sewerage Authority, who is pumping approximately, this was some 6 months old, I discussed with the people, they were pumping something around 650,000 meter cube per day. Of course, in Addis Ababa, if you take the population is around 6 million to 7 million people are living over there, but everybody is not getting the water. There may be some issues on the last mile connectivity, but of course, they are producing 650,000 meter cube per day. Out of that one, 35% of the water is accounted as non-revenue water. And that is due to meter inaccuracy, storage loss, maybe a leakage, everything put together 35%. Out of that one, 20 to 25% of the water is leaking in the transmission and distribution system. Especially in the water distribution system, 25% of the water is being leaked. So that is a huge amount. Somebody has to give a concentration on how to account for that one. The biggest problem is it is very laborious to pinpoint the leakages because all the lines are which is going on the underground and it is a silent leakage. Unless you notify it at the earliest point of time, and the leakage is going to be very heavy. And when you translate into a monetary part, that is 165 million Ethiopian birr is being lost in the NRW, non-revenue water. So if you have a good AI technique and we can reduce these lots, That's what our claim. So the objective is like the locating the water leakage in piping works. Of course, it's a big area. We have taken our university area, which is around 2 to 3 square kilometer area. It's a very vast area. And there are some 7,000 students residing in the dormitory. And there is also a faculty quarters and everything. So we wanted to locate the water pipeline leakages in our area. And the next objective is to pinpoint the leakage with the utmost accuracy, at least to a meter. We have to pinpoint the where the leakage is happening on the underground pipelines. So the specific objective, if we take, we wanted to create a GPS coordinator of water distribution pipeline network, which is integrated onto the GIS or Google Earth. This is one of our objective. Almost we have met the objective for our ASRIC area. Then the second one is detection of leakage in water distribution system at the earliest using artificial intelligence techniques, assisted by two techniques. One is a pressure management, which we call it as a course management. The next one is using an acoustic sensor, which will pinpoint your leakage location using acoustic sensor, that we call it as a fine grain technique. So we are adapting the coarse grain technique and also a fine grain technique. Then we want to notify the authorized person about where the leakage is happening, how much leakage is happening. That also partially we have done. First one we have completed. The second one also we have demonstrated to some extent. And the third one is also completed to some extent. The next one is providing an easy way of generating the report at a definite interval. That also we have achieved to some extent. We want to give a remote online monitoring mechanism. Still work is pending. We are on the way of achieving that one. So the methods and techniques used in this one is, there are so many methods people were using, were adopting. One of the methods is like a smart pipe sensor. So you put up it's a huge area, like 50 square kilometer area or something like that. Addis Ababa, if you can take, we cannot put up a sensor at all the places. So we can identify certain location where we can put up the smart pipe sensor. That means the pipe is fitted with pressure management sensor and also the acoustic sensor with all the IoT devices that we call it as a smart pipe sensor. And the next one is a smart water metering. Maybe we have a water meters, but it is not connected to the GSM or any internet techniques. So we are not going to follow this technique. Of course, this is one of the technique which is available in Western developed countries, whereas in African context, the meters are not connected to Internet of Things. It is still mechanized meter only. It is not an electric meter. So we are not concentrating on this one. The third one is creating a geographic information system integrated with Google Earth. And also we want to know what are all the assets available in the water distribution system. Where are the valves located? Where are all the pressurized valves? Where is the fire hydrant available? What is the size of the pipe? Everything. To our campus we have done to a certain extent. And the next one is for any artificial intelligence technique to put upon the system, we want to have some kind of computations. So some kind of computations will go into the cloud category. Thanks to NVIDIA, IBM, and other partners who have supported us nicely on a cloud computing platform by giving their GPUs or Amazon credit like that for this project. And the edge computing also we have to do, that is on the water pipeline network. We need to take the pressure and also what is the acoustic signal coming. We wanted to do some kind of edge computing that we have done with the Raspberry Pi and Jetson Nanos. So we are going to use the cloud and edge computing depending upon the context. Then our artificial intelligence algorithm is going to tell where is the leakage happening and how much amount of leakage is happening. We wanted to do a proactive, active leakage management system. So our machine learning and artificial computing engine will be taking these inputs. We wanted to take the past history of leakages, whatever has happened over the last decade or so. We wanted to have a good amount of big data and we want to give it to our engine. This is one of the input. And We wanted to have a present flow condition, how much amount of water is flowing in each and every segment of the pipe, and what is its velocity, what is its pressure, and how much amount of water is being used. This kind of information we need to collect it from we have collected from ASRIC. It is not like a real-time information, but on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, we have collected some information, and we have taken that also as one of the input. And this is a big data input, and this is like a present input we have given to our engine. And this is the current sensor data, which will come from the smart pipe sensor network. That also we have taken. And we have got a district meter area for water auditing purpose. Every 4 square kilometer or 5 square kilometer area is taken at a district meter area. And the pipe asset information and also GIS information is also fed into our network. Using this one, we have taken only 2 things. One is like, so far we have tested one thing called as a correlation technique, and also recurrent neural network we have tested, that we call it as a machine learning model. And that will give you a predictive information like where the leakage is going to happen and how much amount of the leakage is going to happen. Everything, it will do a predictive information from the machine learning engine. This is what the system model we have used. And in the literature, people have told so many leakage control strategies, like the pressure management strategies, which accounted for 44% of the leakage control strategies. And the next one is like active leakage control using by putting a meters or by putting the acoustic sensor, will be doing an active leakage. So both of these contribute to almost say around 70%. So we are concentrating on both of these technique, pressure management technique, and also some of the active leakage acoustic techniques we have adopted on our project. The remaining thing we have not concentrated much. Whenever it come to the technologies, it is like so many techniques like ground penetrating radar technique, infrared techniques, and other vibration techniques people have used. But we have concentrated only on pressure sensors and also acoustic sensor, which is accounted for about more than 50% of our technologies. So we are using the pressure management and acoustic technique, and we have used the sensors for that one to do the leakage. Yeah.
You have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to wind up. Thank you. So for that, what we are doing is we have put up a sensor. Actually, this diagram is not correct. We are supposed to put the sensor at the hydrant, but the sensitivity is not good. So we put up on one of the pipeline. The pipeline distance is say 100 meters we have taken. On one edge, we have put up one sensor. At the other edge, we have put up another sensor, so that the sensor will send the signals, acoustic signal, to the master node, which is called as a correlator, and it will find out based upon where the leakage is happening. So this is what non-leakage. Here you can see some sound that will tell where the leakage is happening. So we can find out what is the distance the leakage is happening from the sensor 1 and also from the sensor 2. And so that we can give an alert to the people. People will go and find out where is the leakage is happening, and they will dig and they will correct it. So this is what I was mentioning about the district meter area. And in the district meter area, we can put up our sensor nodes here. So it may be a pressure sensor, or it may be a flow rate meter or acoustic meter, that we call it as a remote terminal unit. That is a station A and station B at 2 places we'll be putting. That will be sending an information through any wireless communication medium, and it is connected to a mosquito telemetry network, where people can get their information, whatever they have subscribed, and also it can be connected to the internet connection. This we call it as a district meter area. So this is what the boreholes available from which we'll be producing the water, and it is given to the water treatment plant, and water treatment plant will treat that one and put it on the water distribution network. That in a DMA area, we'll put up our sensors and we can see. As far as the Addis Ababa is concerned, these are all the places wherever it is highlighted, where the water is being produced and treated and given to the consumers. And The first part, what we have done is we have taken the Addis Ababa Science and Technology area, and wherever there is a water pipeline, we have made it as a GPS converted that one and integrated onto the GIS one. And wherever there is a dot, that is a place where we want to put up the processor and other sensor. So this is what our highway which is going. This is what our campus, which is about 2 to 3 square kilometer area. They have put up the sensors over here. The red line shows the GPS marker locations. And the algorithm is going to be like that. We will get the data from the sensor 1 and also sensor 2, and we will be filtering the sensor for the noises, and we will do the correlation. And if there is any leakage, we will find out the time delay and calculate the distance where the leakage is happening, and we will give that GPS coordinate. And if there is no leakage, then we'll be scanning it again and again. This is what this one. And to say to that, we have taken the help of the AWSA, Addis Ababa Water and Sewerage Authority. We didn't purchase the pressure sensor. They have got the World Bank funded project, and using the Metrolog sensor, we have done an auditing for 1.5 days, and we have taken the pressure on all our pipes. And the innovation here is we have used 2 techniques. Pardon me, sir, can I get additional 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes? With your permission, I'll take and I'll wind up in another 2 to 3 minutes. So we have used the acoustic sensor and also acceleration sensor. The distance of the pipe, what we have taken is 100 meters. So what we have found out is the acoustic sensor is reasonably giving a good results on the mid-range. That is, for a longer distance, it is giving a better accuracy. Whereas the accelerometer sensors are giving a better accuracy at the very shortest distance. That is up to 20 meters from both the edges, it is giving a better reading. Whereas at the midway, it is not giving. So we are combining both of this one, and we are getting the better of the world. This is one of the innovation we have done. And we have trained our RNN network with the time series data, whatever we have collected from this pressure log. And using that one, we have predicted, the predicted one is the orange color, the trained one. The other one is the original. It is closely matching. And this is what our setup. And we have integrated on a Google map, and it is pointing where the leakage is, and you can navigate to that location and you can find out, dig that pipe. And this is what the sensor we have put up on our sensor pipe. And we have created a virtual leak, and we have demonstrated that it is working. The sensors, what we have used is a PICOM sensor we have used for communication module, Raspberry Pi, Jetson Nano.
Professor Ramasamy.
Okay. And sorry, this is the only one thing, my final thing. Thanks to our state minister, Professor Afawar Kasa, who has guided us nicely, and also thanks to my president, Dr. Daraja Ingida. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ramasamy, for your valuable input in our conference. I need to say an announcement that please, all participants, you should send your presentation copies to the Secretariat of the conference. Again, please, all participants, you should send your presentation copies to the Secretary of the conference. Still moving under the umbrella of the UNESCO and its achievements, the coming session will highlight the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals. So I will gladly handle the floor to Ms. Amal Qasri, who will highlight the UNESCO second engineering report for delivering sustainable development goals. The floor is all yours, Ms. Amal Qasri.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, your esteemed colleagues, and everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here today to introduce or to present the engineering report, the second engineering report for sustainable development in this very interesting meeting, which is very important for the field of engineering. Thank you so much for giving the chance to speak about that. So the second report that UNESCO issued this year in March, Engineering for Sustainable Development, delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm going to go through this, however, just a brief introduction in the beginning. This term, sustainable development, that's being used heavily right now goes back to maybe 40 years or something during the 80s. And this was during the World Commission on Environment and Development. This is a commission that actually took the role of having a report called Our Commission Future that was issued in 1987, and this commission was headed by Gro Harlem Brundtland, who was the Prime Minister of Norway at that time. And the issue of this report was the beginning of using this term sustainable development. And it was defined as if we have the targeting human, or if we want to target human needs through setting developing goals, at the same time simultaneously sustaining natural systems. And these come together to lead to providing the natural resources and ecosystem services on which economy and society depend. So we have to fulfill our needs. However, we also have to sustain these needs for the future. And this definition actually led the 193 members of the United Nations to come together in 2015 to declare their commitment to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sorry, I see a note. Can you see my screen actually? I see a note that someone cannot see it. Okay.
I think we can see your screen very well.
Okay, I'm sorry, someone wrote a note. Sorry about that. Okay, I continue. So in 2015, after this declaration, it became very important actually to adapt these 17 sustainable development goals, which in the end integrate approaches to addressing several imperatives which are within this overlapping between society, environment, and the economy. And these imperatives include poverty alleviation, education, health, sanitary, climate change, and gender equality. Obviously, the roles of engineering is huge in sustainable development. Engineering means ingenuity. So it is the ability, by definition, it is the ability to find the solutions to everyday problems by employing science. For an engineer, sustainable system means that it is either in equilibrium, it's a system that is either in equilibrium or being changed slowly at a tolerable rate. So how can we address this? At UNESCO, engineering program is one of the very important programs, and this actually helps, UNESCO is helping member states to address major challenges in engineering. These challenges include shortage of engineers around the world, decreased interest in engineering as career option for young people, the representation of women in engineering, and the big problem of the brain drain for many countries. So towards these challenges, UNESCO is working very closely with the member states, with international partners, with program experts to strengthen the engineering education through developing curricula and through capacity building as well. And one example of the organizations that we work closely with is World Federation of Engineering, and I was very happy to see Professor Kong this morning. Towards this effort, 10 years ago, it started this interest, and this was the first engineering report. It was published in 2010. And this was in conjunction with these three organizations, as we see here. It addressed the challenges and the opportunities for developing emphasized and the importance also of science and technology and engineering. And at that time, actually, this report was widely recognized around the world. It was the most important document available at that time, and it raised considerable interest within the public. 10 years later, we had the second engineering report, and this was this year, 2021, in March. After 10 years, the fundamental features of engineers' mission and responsibilities obviously don't change. However, the times have changed a lot, and a lot of changes took place within the past 10 years. So it was very important actually to take these changes in account while issuing a new report. The partners, as you see here, was UNESCO, the WFEO, Tsinghua University, and several others. the engineering community came together to shed the light on the pioneering work of engineers through this report. In this report, defines the new vision for engineering at a time when, actually at a very critical time, which is the time of pandemic. The time of pandemic showed us the lines of inequalities around the world in the field of science, technology, and we saw a lot of differences in the level of digitalization, for example, around the world. It was very important to address that. So let us say that it was a timely reminder of the crucial role of engineers that the engineers can play around the world to respond to these pressing challenges. Just summarizing some points, what this report provides, it provides a snapshot of the engineering innovations that are shaping the world, especially engineering technologies, something like the artificial intelligence. For example, we just heard a very interesting talk about it. It also analyzes the transformation of engineering education and the capacity building. Also, it highlights the global efforts needed to address specific regional disparities, while at the same time summarizing trends of engineering across the different regions of the world. Through this report, we can learn why engineering is crucial for sustainable development and why the role of engineer is vital for addressing them. So to know this, let me take you in a very brief journey to show you how engineers or engineering is important in each one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If we look at the first one, which is no poverty, we will see here infrastructures, roads, transportation, communication, clean water or renewable energy. All these can be developed by engineers. Of course, everything with the collaboration of scientists and many other specialists. In the end, all these can lead to no poverty. And the same for zero hunger. Engineers can help in increasing productivity through using of fertilizers, for example. In the health and well-being, we have seen this clearly during the pandemic. We needed 3D printing of personal protective tools, for example, or clean water sanitation helped before in fighting diseases like cholera. Developing medical devices, improving hearing tools for improving hearing, for example, robots and artificial intelligence. All these things in collaboration with scientists and medical doctors, engineers, who are the ones who shape these, who make them in the stage where people can use them easily. We also talk about quality education, and this was clear again during the pandemic and maybe before as well. Online learning tools are very important, communication tools, softwares, and Wi-Fi, where people can access them easily in aerial and in remote areas, in rare areas as well. So the same for gender equality, where mobile communications and internet helped many women around the world who, due to some social or societal effects, could not access easily banking and financial media services and so on. The same for clean water, innovations in water treatment and recycling. This is all still one of the very important in the field of research. Water now is a big issue all over the world. We need to remember that still we have more than 1 billion people around the world still lacking access to clean water. In the field of clean energy, developing low-cost renewable energy solutions that can lead to no carbon emission, including wind, solar energy, geothermal energy, and so on. Civil and mechanical and electrical engineers help a lot in developing societies, as well as artificial intelligence and robotics and cloud computing. All these things are helping in shaping our society at the moment. Develop the technologies that can enable also women around the world to both women and men actually, to increase their participation in the workforce and to address persistent gender-based economic inequalities. Energy efficient building, smart city lighting, efficient transportation systems. Especially the smart cities are also a hot trend at the moment, and it's very important. And we have seen many examples now around the world recently. Again, engineering innovation can support resource management and responsibilities, consumption. It can help in reducing consumption of energy. Engineered renewable energy as well, solar energy and wind, as we mentioned already before. However, also some very important, which is resilient infrastructures that can resist natural disasters like earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods. Engineers can help a lot, of course, in developing such resilient buildings or infrastructure. They can tackle the solutions such as plastic pollution. This is also important. Life below water and on land both can be the problems in both underwater or on land can be tackled by engineers. Chemical engineers, for example, play a very important role in that. Microchips and DNA sequencing that can help us to track endangered species. Finally, for the last two ones, improving tool to combat corruption in engineering is very important in order to maximize the benefit of investment of the infrastructure. And of course, partnerships, we have seen how important it is in all regional and sub-regional levels to improve the collaboration between different nations. For the sake of time, I will just focus on two things that the report emphasized. First of them is the engineering itself needs a transformation to be more innovative, inclusive, cooperative, and responsible. The report emphasized on this point, and the report here refers to this sentence, which I just copied and pasted here from the 2030 agenda. I will just read it quickly. We are determined to mobilize the means required to implement the agenda through a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development, based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity, focused on particular on the needs of the poorest and the most vulnerable, and with the participation of all countries, all stakeholders, and all people. The report refers to this sentence because the report also wants to emphasize that it stresses that this is also true for engineering partnership. Within the engineering community across the world. It also needs to take new routes to be more innovative and more transformative. The other thing that the report emphasizes is that engineering education and the capacity building is the key to enabling engineering for the sustainable development goals. The report here explains how engineering education is fundamental to building engineering capacity. It's not only in the level of university, it should actually start from the elementary school. It should go through all over the levels of education until through the entire professional career. And this goes for engineers, technologists, and technicians. I will just mention here one example from some of the statistics mentioned in this report, which is the number of engineers. This is taken for several African countries, number of engineers per population, and the GDP per capita for selected countries in Africa. We see here that there is a big correlation that appears between a number of engineers and the increase in GDP. However, the converse is also true. So increased investment in engineering activity is required to grow economies and allow more engineers to actually find jobs relevant in industry and services. I will conclude here, and my conclusion will be actually based on the recommendations of this report. The report recommends that the policymakers, engineering community, and the whole society must play a major role in several things, like understanding the major role of engineers, ensuring equal opportunities for both males and females. No one should be left behind. Resolving challenges related to water and making use of the new technologies such as electronics, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and bioinformatics. Raising awareness of climate change to understand its long-term dangerous effects and to improve the infrastructure and paying more attention to developing countries in order to modernize their national laws and the standards and the guidelines. Also, we need to develop new renewable energy resources. It's very important to encourage countries to make the data available and reachable to all scientists and engineers in order to be used in systems like artificial intelligence, and of course to strengthen all kinds of inter-regional, regional, and sub-regional cooperation. I invite you all to read this report, which is available on the UNESCO website. And I would like to thank you so much for the opportunity. And I wish you all the best for this very important and interesting conference. Thank you.
The last paper in this session was supposed to be presented by our colleague, Dr. Heba Gaba, but she was unfortunately apologizing. So, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to open a 30-minute discussion period. So please feel free to discuss the aspects of the researches presented. Thank you all. A 30 minutes discussion. Anybody, any questions? Please come here. We have here Professor Dr. Khalid Al-Bahnasi, the Dean of Ur Institutes, and he has something to discuss about the previous presentations.
Yes, hi colleague. I would like to ask one question for Professor Ramasamy about his paper, Report of Artificial Intelligence for Detection of Water Leaks in Urban Environment. Professor Ramasamy, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have one question about data set which you used in your paper. Is data set available or
yeah, yes, sir. Data set we have collected. Actually, for my work, we have taken 1.5 day auditing at different places of my university, and we have recorded the pressure levels using the metrolog meters, which Addis Ababa Water and Sewerage Authority was having. So I have got something like a time sample of 36 hours of time sample of pressure management at every 10 seconds. It will pull up the data every 10 seconds. So that much amount of data I have given for recurrent neural network. Regarding the acoustic samples, I tested on my own by putting up the sensors, which is ordinary microphone, which is not very much sensitive. Whereas there is a Severin microphone, which is used by the AUSA, that is very sensitive, but it is too much costly, $8,000 to get that kit. Whereas I have used a small sensor, so I have collected my own data. Whereas the monthly bills and how much amount of water is being consumed, the past leakage history, that we have collected from the AUSA. It is only the data given by the AUSA. It is not the experimental results.
Yes, okay. I think I understand this data sets are not available, but by
no, data set is not openly available. This is what we have collected on our site. But later, after experimental with everything, if my results are okay, we want to put up on a GitHub later.
Yes, yes. Do you have any link for the dataset link website portal?
Yeah, sure, sir. We will put up that one. See, the research is not over. Only 6 months of research is over. Still 4 months left out. After that 4 months, probably by January 2022, we'll be putting on our website.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, anybody has any question? We are still in the discussion session. Okay. Thank you, dear participants, for your valuable discussion.
Chair,
Please allow me
Chair, I raised my hand and I was expecting you to recognize me.
Yes, Dr. Ahmed.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. My question is going to Dr. Ramasamy again. I understand you are using microphone to detect the leakage, if I'm correct. The question is, what about the noise? How you can really split the noise that coming from the movement objects on the top of the pipeline when you are using a sensitive microphone to identify where is the leakage? That's my question.
Yeah, thanks. Wonderful question. Because I don't have a time to tell that one, because in my challenges slide I have put up over there. The problem is like university is a very conducive environment, because whenever we were doing the testing, there is not of a much noise. But of course you are right, whenever we want to test on an urban environment, there may be a noise due to transportation, there may be noise due to some other activity also. So the noise modeling is one of the aspects we need to do. Then we can do that from the noise modeling, we can pre-dissort that one. It is possible. People have done it. But in my case, most of the time, what we have done is we have taken at the night time, whenever the pressure logging is done at the night time, there we have taken the reading. Of course, we didn't anticipate that much of great noise. You are right. We have to do the noise modeling that will be taking care also.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, dear participants, for your valuable discussion. Please allow me to hold the conference for a 1-hour break. We'll be back after 1 hour, Cairo local time. Thank you very much for your attendance, and see you soon. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you very much indeed, Engineer Walid Dahshan, for taking us through this session. I would like to thank the colleagues from Unesco for the brilliant presentation and for the report on the engineering, and also Professor Dr. Ramasamy for his presentation, Caroline and Bushdid, and also Dr. Ahmed Hamdi for his presentation. Wish you a nice lunchtime, and see you soon after 1 hour. Colleagues, don't go anywhere. We are going for the real business now. We are going for the sessions where we are going to listen to our scientists in the keynote addresses and a brilliant papers that we are going to have in this conference. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Whatever the time is, just add 1 hour to whatever the time you have in your screen and come back and let's start our conference. Thank you very much indeed. Be well and safe.
Thank you. Don't forget the rich
Tell me, what is the latest? You can hear me. So at 2 o'clock, $1:30, yeah. 1:30. No problem. Let me get something, then I'll be back. No problem. That was the 1:30. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Never happened before. The initiatives of President and with the participation of all governmental entities, with no exceptions, and the participation of universities. Starting with the organizing company, the Unesco conversation
Mhm. Hello? Hello? Hello, Dr. Kieran. Hello, Hamdi. Hello?
Hello, my chair. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks a lot. I'm okay.
Yes.
Are we ready for the next session, or we just give some colleagues a few minutes to come?
Okay, let's just give maybe few minutes, 3, 4, and then we can start.
Yeah, 3, 4. The two present, I'm just doing the two. The present ones by Dr. Muzali Datanta and Martin Van Velen.
Yes, yeah, they are the two keynote presenters, Professor Martin Bambalin and Dr. Munzali Dantata.
And they are present.
Yes, it's Dr. Munzali is there in the Obur, is there in the Cairo, and Martin, he was here with us in the morning, and I'm sure they will be around.
No problem.
Yes. Munzali is
I'm
ready,
here.
sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you very much, Martin. Martin is there, and how about
Munzali.
Munzali Dantata?
Yes, Dantata is also, he
Is
was
present.
around in the morning, but we'll see.
But can he pronounce himself, please, if he's in?
I can see him there.
If you see me.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah, I don't know what is in Cairo.
Yeah, I can see you, sir. Thank you very much. I can see you.
So we can start.
We can, I think, start. Let me just call this meeting to order for the two major key presentations under our conference session of eco-engineering for megacities and urbanization, a major problem within the African continent. And I really look forward to this very, very engaging discussion on cities and engineering. So the first presentation is on the challenges of evolution of African historical cities to megacities, a specific case study of Kano Tunabin Ngiwa. I went to Kano once when I was in IIT a long time ago, by Dr. Munzali Dantanta and All States Group. Please, you have 20 minutes, Daktari, to present this important segment of our discussion today. Please proceed. We'll do the two presentations and then have discussion.
Are you going to be checking?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to be here with you today. And I also feel humbled to find myself the only participant who came from possibly out of Egypt. I'd love to say that I decided to come because I'd already made my travel arrangements when I was informed about the conference being converted to a virtual conference. Having said that, I'd like to also say that I'm neither a scientist nor an engineer. So some of you may be wondering what I'm doing here.
But in the course of my paper, you will understand why I was given this privilege to address you. And incidentally, I have one engineer among my children and one also in the university who soon graduate. So I also have 2 engineers in my house. Having said that, the topic is the challenges of evolution of African historical cities to mega cities. And I would like to start with an introduction. Africa has one of the fastest urban growth rates in the world. It is estimated that in the year 2050, African cities will be home to an additional 1 billion people, and most of them living in urban cities. A mega city has been defined as a city which is beyond 10 million people, just like Kinshasa, Cairo, and Lagos in Africa. So it's not about land size, but more about population. Many African cities have their roots in the colonial period, when the colonialists started, who came to Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, about 150 years ago, created some of these as centers, as depots for export goods that they came to collect from Africa. But again, there are some cities that predate the European coming to Africa, such as the Nigerian city of Kano, which is my hometown. I was born and brought up in Kano. It's a very historic city, and as I will show you, it's the oldest city in West Africa. So it's very appropriate. Now, as you can see on the right side, I gave a little history about the so-called modern Africa, which was started at this colonial period, when roads, railways, and housing were created by Europeans in these commercial cities and also administrative cities. A brief outline of my presentation, which is divided into 4. I give a brief background. As I said, Kano is the oldest city in West Africa, and it had an urban population of over 100,000 people when it was conquered and incorporated to the British colony of Nigeria. It was an autonomous city-state and an empire called Sokoto Empire. Now, for 120 years, Kano has faced, I would say, 2 main challenges. First of all, transforming from a traditional city to a modern city. That's the first challenge. Then secondly, Kano today is the second biggest city in Nigeria after Lagos. Lagos has more than 12 million people, and Kano is heading 5 million and will soon be a mega city. So this is why I chose Kano for a case study, apart from the fact that this is a city I know very well. I don't need to research on Kano, I may just go to do research to confirm. But I was born and brought up in Kano and the old city of Kano, because there's a new and the old city. And I will show you some similarities between Cairo and Kano. We are all proud of Cairo, which is the cradle of civilization, and possibly one of the first cities in the world, over 7,000 years old. But equally, Kano in West Africa stands out, especially pre-colonial West Africa. So the presentation is divided into colonial times, which is before 1900, because it's in 1900 that the British declared sovereignty over Nigeria, the area that's called Nigeria today. But it took them 3 years to consolidate, partly through conquest of partly through negotiations. So, but we still take the mark of dates from 1900. Then they ruled for 60 years, from 1900 to, or rather 1903 to 1960. And then the post-colonial is from 1960 to today. A brief history of Kano is a city that was founded by blacksmiths when iron ore was discovered in the hills surrounding a certain hill called Dala, which is still there today as a landmark in the city. The blacksmiths settled down and started fabricating metal implements in the city, or rather the developing urban area. And then they were joined over time by other artisans and craftsmen, those in leather works, others in textile, and many other industries. And a market developed where these goods were taken, finished goods, not primary goods, and they were sold. And a lot of these goods were absorbed by traders who took them to other smaller markets. So the market of Kano became a wholesale market. And I'm sure you've heard of the Trans-Sahara trade, which is the second most famous trade route in the world, next to the Silk Route of China, the Silk Road. So Kano became very famous for finished goods. It was exporting textiles and leather to North Africa, to Morocco, Algeria, Libya, and even to Egypt for more than 500 years before the British came to West Africa. One of its main products, most famous, is the textile, the one called Kano, which went as far as North Africa. And in fact, a colonial French officer described the cloth of Kano as clothing more than 2/3 of sub-Saharan Africa. And another colonial officer described it as the biggest textile industry in Africa. And another famous product from Kano was the leather, which is famously called Moroccan leather. And how it came to be called Moroccan leather, because when the Moroccans were coming down on the Trans-Saharan trade route, they found the leather, they were having a lot of demands from Europe for their leather. Shakespeare even mentioned Moroccan leather in one of his plays, which they make gloves and also book covers. So they found the Kano leather very good, and they started taking it back to Morocco. So, and the Kano leather didn't all come from Kano, it comes from the area that is safe for northern Nigeria. So very soon, more than half of the leather that is identified in history as Moroccan leather came from the area that is called northern Nigeria today. These are two famous products from Kano, the industrial city of Kano. Now, we move to the colonial era. When the British started invading Nigeria, they invaded from the south, from Lagos, from the coast, and then they went upwards. And they have heard about Kano, and that was their ultimate aim, to reach Kano. And it took them 3 years, going through many cities in the hinterland. And they conquered Kano in the year 1903. And I've quoted a famous British journalist who entered just after the colonial left. And instantly, Kano has a city wall for more than 500, almost 800 years. It had a city wall. So everything happened in the city. Now he described what he saw when he entered. He said the national, he saw a big textile mill with almost everybody engaged in textile. And this is the textile I just told you about. It was going all over West Africa. And he described it as the national industry of Kano. But unfortunately, the colonialists were only interested in raw materials when they came from Africa. So they saw abundant supply of cotton. And they used to go all the way to India to get cotton for the United States of America. So the cotton in northern Nigeria was very convenient for them, almost half of the journey to India or America. So they didn't encourage or develop the industries they found in Kano or the rest of Africa for that matter. They were busy taking gold, diamonds, metals, leather, cotton.
Dr. Musali, Dr. Musali?
So a railway was, pardon?
Could you try to speak onto the mic because you are breaking?
Okay, so they established a railway. Okay, they established a railway from Lagos to Kano. So Kano was the second railway town after Lagos. With the Kano to Lagos railway, the first transnational railway in Nigeria. And that was the beginning of the railway towns, which were the first colonial cities built specifically to carry these commodities, cash crops, which were for export. Kano became very famous for granules. Gradually, the farmers started growing granules, and possibly you have heard about the granite pyramids of Kano, which adorn the landscape of Kano, similar to the Egyptian pyramids. They have the pyramid shape, and these are, you can see on top, these are the granite pyramids. They were built because there was so many granites that came to the railway station, and the train could not carry them. So there were not enough warehouses. The British and other European companies didn't have enough, so Kano was overwhelmed. So for more than 60 years, these granite pyramids of Kano, I would say, were competing with the Giza pyramids in Egypt as landmarks, as tourism attractions. One was built of limestone, and the other was built of foodstuff, granites. While your pyramids are still standing, the pyramids in Kano have disappeared today because Nigeria is no more exporting granites. And also the population is growing, absorbing almost all the granites that can grow. So, but I'd like to particularly mention that before the colonialists came, there have been explorers that have come to Kano 200 years ago, 300 years ago. And I couldn't quote all of them, but I wanted to quote somebody who came to Kano more recently. That was a British gentleman, a soldier at that time, a young soldier called Basil Davidson, because he said it all about African cities. The Europeans, because of their interaction with the North African cities like Cairo, Tripoli, Fez, they are aware of the cities which even predate their own cities, which go back to the time of the Roman and Greek cities. But they thought everything sub-Sahara was just jungle. We didn't have cities, we just had villages. So this particular gentleman called Basil Davidson, he was a soldier, and they were passing through during the Second World War in 1941 to Cairo, and they landed at a military airfield in Kano, and he gazed in front of him. He saw the city walls of Kano standing about 40 feet high, and he asked, "What is that?" He saw the city wall, and he was so curious. He left the company of his soldiers and trekked to the city, which was not very far. It was a walking distance. And his curiosity edged him on to enter. The city wall is about 25 kilometers circumference and has 15 gates. So when he entered and started walking around, he saw a city built of mud. First of all, the city wall itself is mud and is the biggest earth rampart in the world. It's so big, no rocks, just built with mud. It took more than 200 years to build. And he saw a well-developed city with houses, with districts, and main roads and narrow roads, which are called Lungu in Hausa. And these are narrow alleys, which still exist today. And he saw sewage, open sewage, from house to house, leading to a pond. And he saw the king's palace, which is called an Enya. He saw a central mosque, and he saw, apart from the central mosque, and he also saw the granite pyramids, which are in the outskirts of Kano. And then you saw the market, the famous market of Kano. And instantly Kano was the economic capital of West Africa. And the Kano market, which I told you about, could be market, the biggest market in West Africa, and it still existing today. So he was overwhelmed by the city, and he said that he now became entranced with Africa. That influence is coming back to Africa after the Second World War. When he got
5 more minutes, Doctor. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. So he came back to Africa and he wrote more than 30 books and many documentaries. So, so that is kind of for you. I just wanted to illustrate that we did have cities. In fact, that is a mega city by standards of that time. And it was even called Tumbingiwa, which is the belly of the elephant, accommodating people from various, including Arabs from North Africa. They had a whole district which is called Al-Fundiki, after the Arabic name of Al-Fundu. So it had others from Mali, from Senegal, and then from the areas that are called Nigeria. So Kano was existing, and there were hardly any trees, just a city, a mud city, similar to the cities you see also in North Africa, and I'm sure even here in Egypt. In the post-colonial era, Kano now became a provincial capital, and it continued developing. As I said, today it is the second largest city after Lagos. We have only one mega city, and that's Lagos, and Kano, which is aspiring to become. So it has a population of about 4 million to 5 today by the last count, and it's still growing and struggling with all the challenges. This is Kano for you. The picture you see on the right is a typical building before the British, before colonialism, and the second one is during the colonial era, about 60 years ago, and the one on the left is a recent picture. You can see the overhead bridge. That's Kano developing. So now I intend to submit a written paper, but after presenting Kano, I tried to discuss the challenges, like the infrastructural deficiency. Now I'm not talking about Kano, but generally about the historical cities of Africa. Like Cairo, first transforming from traditional cities to modern cities. There's a lot of challenge. In my own town, Kano, they are very conservative, and a lot of them resist the change. They want to continue living in the old quarter, and it still exists with the houses more than 500 years old, built with mud, but possibly plastered now with cement, and the open sewage is still there, which is not acceptable in today's age. And it's also having a problem of congestion, and as well as informal settlements. And this is common to almost all the historical cities of Cairo, of Africa. I mentioned Cairo because my first visit to Cairo was about 50 years ago. I was a small child. I came for summer holiday with my family, and I've seen how Cairo has changed. And I appreciate the challenges. And I also come from a very historic city. So there's, the land development is always more favorable to the rich. I don't know how it has been controlled in Cairo, but in most of the Nigerian cities, so a lot of them have slum areas in the outskirts, and then the poor people are blamed for the slum areas. But most of the city planning is for the rich. This is one of the challenges. And then there's always congestion. As you may know, those who know, the old capital of Nigeria was Lagos, and then it was moved to Abuja about 40 years ago for that same reason, for congestion, over congestion, and also traffic problem, and also it became a very expensive city. So now Lagos is the commercial capital of Nigeria, while Abuja is the new capital. And Abuja is fast growing to become also another Lagos, unless the challenges are met on time. The housing shortage, waste management, crime control, because when you have people living in the city and there are no jobs for them to do, so you find a lot of youth going to crime and also drug problems. These are all problems that are faced by even European and American cities. But there are no pronounced here in Africa, which is the subject of what we're discussing. And of course, the problem with the infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, water, you have a lot of power cuts because possibly the power was designed for 1 million people and is now being enjoyed by 10 million. So that's the kind of problem. And the same thing with water shortage. So I tried, after giving you an overview of Kano as a case study for a historical city that has transformed to a modern city and is on its way to becoming a mega city. Meeting all these challenges, which are similar, the only difference with the new cities is that they are just transforming from big cities to mega cities, and they don't have that historical aspect like Lagos. Lagos is a new city, though there was a fishing settlement, but it was founded by the Dutch, by the Portuguese, sorry, who named it Lagos after
Thank you
another
very
city.
much, Doctor. Doctor, thank you so much.
I'll be willing to take questions.
Yeah, you will have time later on because we do have several papers actually after you. Thank you so much. Very nice historical background of a major city to the northwest. Thank you, please. And I now like to call the next presenter, Dr. Martin van Dielen, who is going to talk to us about green and low carbon solutions for mega cities infrastructure. You do have, Dr. 20 minutes to present, then we'll have to take questions later. The earlier you finish, perhaps the better. Please proceed. Dr. Van Belen? Hello? Martin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, can you please proceed? Yeah, we can hear you now. Unmute. Thank you. Welcome.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I was asked to address you on the subject of green and low carbon solutions for megacities infrastructure. So what I'm going to talk to you about, let us first look at global warming, because that is the major issue at the moment. Then have a quick look at megacities, the challenges that they face, emissions that come from megacities, and the way forward. The greenhouse effect. There is, as far as I know, there's still quite a bit of misconception about what the greenhouse effect in actual fact is. The sun has been there for a long time, many millions of years, and the radiation that the Earth receives from the sun has neither increased nor decreased. And then also the emissions from the Earth, the radiation back into space, has also not changed. If that was not so, the Earth would have either long ago burned out to a cinder or frozen very solid. Good grief. There is a problem now with the presentation. Okay, what we have is in effect that we are recirculating heat that comes from the Earth, the surface, into the atmosphere because of the presence of the so-called greenhouse gases. I'm not sure why this picture doesn't want to show to you. But the main greenhouse gases that we have are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and ozone. And what you see on the right-hand side is the percentage contribution. The percentage contribution is not a single value, but is a range. And they do not all total up to 100 because they overlap each other. If you were to remove all the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, then the effect that the carbon dioxide has will be taken up by water vapor. So if we remove all the carbon dioxide, the methane and the ozone, then we will remain with 70% of the greenhouse gas effects due to the water vapor. So it's not as simple as just reducing our CO2 emissions. Also methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases, is normally reported as the equivalent of carbon dioxide. And methane is about 25% as effective as carbon dioxide. Now, what is a megacity? The UN defines a megacity as a city having a population more than 10 million. But who is counting? It depends on how you draw the boundaries of the city extent, and then count the number of people inside those boundaries. So we have, for instance, here in South Africa, we have Johannesburg as one city, and we have where I live in Tswana as another city, but they are so close together that they are actually one urban conglomerate. And they, if you give them the same name, they would probably count as one of the megacities in the world. Currently, there are 37 megacities in the world. Tokyo is the largest, 38.8 million people. Shanghai, 35.5 million. And then the one that is reported for Africa amongst those 37 is Lagos with 13.7 million. By 2030, there is expected to be 41 megacities in the world. A megacity, any city, whether it's a megacity or just a normal city, has challenges. They are slums, crime, energy and material resources, homelessness, and traffic congestion. When you look at this, you ask yourself, why are people at all living in cities? There seems to be more problems than it's worthwhile. But people are drawn to cities because of job opportunities, access to services such as medical services, schools, etc. And then it represents an increase in the standard of living, not necessarily the quality of life. In the coming decades, cities will be the engines of economic growth. This is where it all happens. This is where industry takes place. This is where commerce takes place. But they must also play a key role in confronting climate change. There's a large number of their megacities are located along coastlines. And the change in climate, specifically earth warming, one of those effects is rising sea levels. The world's 100 most populous cities, and this is now not only the megacities, are responsible for roughly 20% of global carbon emissions. but they also represent the standard of living of the world. Where do the emissions come from? Manufacturing, lighting, heating and cooling, cooking, which in basic terms refers to energy. Various modes of transportation, wastewater treatment systems and landfills. Those are the four main sources of emission. In addition to carbon dioxide, some of these sources can release methane, specifically landfills and wastewater treatment works, a greenhouse gas that is 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide on a 100-year time scale. We have to keep in mind that some cities in the developed world, including Los Angeles, San Francisco and Boston, have very large natural gas infrastructures which leak methane, which we have seen is much more potent than CO2. Other cities like Mumbai and Delhi have large amounts of emissions from wood-burning cook stoves. And of course, not only wood, but also charcoal. The locations of power plants, which are influenced by zoning and environmental laws, also vary from city to city. Where I live here in South Africa, our power generation plants are very far from the city. So they do not form part of the footprint of the city, the physical footprint, but the city uses the energy that they provide. So indirectly, they do have the environmental footprint. In the future, we will see increased demand for energy, for transportation, sanitation, water and food. And each of those will be affected by climate. The one thing that engineers are doing is to allow people to live together in close proximity in large numbers. As engineers, we provide the water. As engineers, we provide the energy. And then we remove the waste. Wastewater and also the solid waste. 75% of global carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel that are used currently come from cities, which cover just 3% of the Earth's land surface. According to a 2010 World Bank study, while the population of megacities in the developing world are expected to grow by 4% per year, the emissions are anticipated to rise by 10% or more per year. And this represents the increase in the standard of living. People use more energy for cooking, for heating water to bathing, for all sorts of things, amongst others to cool down when it is very hot. So burning fossil fuels in densely populated regions greatly increases the level of greenhouse gas carbon dioxide. The largest sources are cars, trucks, ports, power generation, and industry, including manufacturing. This is energy, and the simple answer to the one of cars and trucks and so on is to say that we should change the cars from burning fossil fuel, either diesel or petrol, to electricity. But this just puts the generation of the energy somewhere else. It doesn't make it go away. And the one other thing that people have to keep in mind is that urban greenery adds CO2 to the atmosphere when vegetation dies. We all have the idea in our heads that a green city is a healthy city, which is true, and that it reduces CO2 emissions, which is not true. It actually increases. Although the living plants take up the CO2 from the atmosphere when they photosynthesize, when they rot, when they die, they release that again to the atmosphere. So understanding the role of urban vegetation is very important to manage cities' green spaces and tracking the effects of other carbon sources. If we look now at the sources of energy, coal is responsible for 41% of the world's electricity generation. But the overall efficiency of a coal power plant is 32% to 42%. This is the kilowatt or the kilojoules that are present in the coal when you take it from the ground. Then it is burned, turned into heat and steam, and power is generated. And what then actually is available as electric power in kilojoules is only 32% to 42% of the intrinsic kilojoules in the coal itself. So coal is not a very efficient source of power. It is, however, cheap. In comparison, diesel, and when we start talking about diesel, you have to look at the power, the kilojoules that are contained in the diesel as a liquid. And then how much of that power arrives at the wheels to turn the wheels for mobility. That is in the order of something like 90%. So diesel as a source of power is much more efficient than coal, but it is in the same time much more expensive. Diesel is 33% more efficient than gasoline. A diesel engine offers more torque, and this torque allows greater acceleration and helps to increase the fuel economy.
Dr. Bellin, you have 5 minutes, please, kindly.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
Conversely, a diesel engine is much more expensive than a fuel engine. Paris is currently the only city in the world that is tackling the problem of monitoring carbon dioxide concentrations. It has a population of 12 million, and they are working out how best to measure and inventory the carbon that comes out of the city. If you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So it's important to be able to measure. The main source of emissions in Paris is traffic and heating, and conversely cooling in summer. But this is superimposed on the biospheric activity, photosynthesis, and respiration. It's not so easy to separate the different sources from each other. This is Seoul, and it looks like a very hard city to live in. And this is Los Angeles, which looks much more green and attractive. But urban vegetation contributes to the CO2. Not much, The contribution is modest, about 20% of the measured CO2, and it varies seasonally. But it was more than what researchers anticipated and underscores the complexity of tracking urban carbon emissions. Where are we going? We have not got to replace one source of energy by another. That's not the answer. We have to reduce the use of energy. So that is a challenge that we as engineers face. We have to change the source of energy. We have to look at proper disposal of solid waste. If you don't do it properly and it starts rotting under anaerobic conditions, it produces methane gas. We have to capture the methane from landfills and sludge digestion at wastewater treatment works and use this to generate power so that we can reduce our total power uptake from other sources. There's a lot of talk about green power. Hydropower is, of course, a green power, but there is a caveat on this. For hydropower, you need to store the water so that you can generate electricity during the dry or low flow season. This inundates land, which again has a footprint in terms of the carbon budget in the world. Solar power seems like a nice one, except at night the sun doesn't shine, so you have to have some form of a battery to store the power. And the one thing that we have not yet really sorted out, what do we do with the batteries and the solar panels when they reach the end of their economic life? Wind power, again, wind power is not reliable, so you need some form of power storage in order to provide a sustainable source. And we also do not know what the total environmental footprint is in terms of manufacturing those used blades, towers, and the generators themselves. And that is all I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin Van Villeni. I think you have really covered a lot within a very short time. Now, I do see that we are really running out of time, but maybe we can take a question or two with the advice of the Secretariat. Do we have time for several questions or one or two questions? Or we can just go ahead. Hamdi, we'd like to have a, okay, please, can you have anybody with a question that Dantata can answer? The one on Kano, very old city with a lot of important facts. Question or a comment? I think you can, anybody can unmute and ask a question or make a comment. I don't see any question. Yes, please proceed, Kerry.
Yes, I want to ask the mega city, the Kano mega city, a question. How did you look at the size expansion gradually from the pre-colonial period down to the present era where people have, now the population have increased so much as you have made your presentation? And were there a road network? The second question is, were there a road networks for the transportation of those textiles and agricultural, like the granules, to the ports before the train, before the rail network?
Thank you. Okay, any other one for Dr. Ntanta? Any question for him so that we can close up him? Doctor, you can answer that. Manzali?
Okay.
Yep.
Can I go ahead? Yes. Well, thank you. To answer the question, Kano, I would say, has been a mega city in all local definition before the British came. A walled city with about 100,000 people living in a mud houses. Now, as I said, this walled city is still there. It's a national monument now taken over by the government of Nigeria and trying to also get Unesco to declare heritage of mankind. Now, another outside the city, that's how the city expanded outside the city walls. But today, the city has grown, and this is a city where 100,000 people are living. And today, maybe half of those 4 million that I said are probably living in the city, and the other half in the new city, the new districts which come out. So these are challenges that is facing Kano, both in terms of infrastructure, the roads, and also the services provided. And I would say this is also similar to other historical cities that have tried to keep some of those core districts. And in the case of Kano, sometimes you have a family living in a house which was inherited from their ancestor. So now you have a family of maybe 30 living in a house that possibly a husband and wife started. So, so some people are still living in the traditional way, and there's need possibly for some of these buildings to be knocked down and high-rise buildings. As I can see.
Doctor, were there any road networks? Yes or no, maybe?
There were no networks.
There were no road networks. People were walking until perhaps the rail came in. We're just saying, were there not any road? There were not major road networks, the way I understand. I think he's muted. Maybe we'll answer it when he gets some. This microphone working. Martin, is there any question for Martin? Please, anybody with a question? Dr. Van Vliet spoke to the modern cities, the number that we have that are called mega cities, and described it. Does anybody have a question on the mega cities and the problems that we shall envisage in many years to come? Anybody with a comment or a question? Can you clarify, Engineer Blessing, please? Engineer Blessing. Engineer Sesanya, you had your hand up.
Okay, no.
Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. Just a short, very short question. Martin, very short question. Can you really say that green vegetation, even if it brings in oxygen, absorbs carbon dioxide, again, they cause problems of pollution?
No,
when they rot.
It is not a question of pollution. We all do it. We produce or we use compost in our gardens. That's not pollution, but it is a source of CO2 that is not often recognized. And the studies have shown that it is, although not big, it is significant. It's something to understand.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any hand up. So shall we proceed to the next 10-minute presentations? And I think who is chairing this, Kerry? Are you chairing or somebody else? Technical paper presentations on eco-engineering for mega cities and urbanization.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Ratemo. You have shared, you have for the chairing it successfully, the first session on the eco-innovations, the keynote addresses. Now we are moving into the eco session 1. This is the technical paper presentations. The technical paper presentations, we have, for the first one, we have paper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers we are going to take. I'm sure the authors are ready with their slides for the presentations. And I'm going to call upon Ali Wada Mohammed Alamin to make a presentation on his paper, Safe Disposal of Wastewater in Irrigation and its Effects on the Soil Properties under Khartoum Condition. Ali Wada? Hello?
Yep, okay, it's nice to have you back.
Ali Wada, if Mr. Ali Wada is not around or to make his presentation, we can go quickly for the second one so that we don't waste time. Time is of essence. The second presentation is the water scarcity, the driving force of underdevelopment in the rural area of developing countries. Sasanya Blessing Fumbi.
Yes, I'm around.
Yes, can you share your slides and presentation? Your presentations, don't waste much time on the introductions, move into your discussions and the results and your finding. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody from Nigeria.
Good afternoon. Go on.
As we all know, is very important in any developing country. And in a
I think there is network issue.
Yes, I can realize that there is a connectivity challenge.
Yes, there is.
I think, Dr. Chiari, you can request Dr. Stevens to go out and relog again, or to find much better area where the good connectivity is.
Blessing, I think she has even dropped out on these things. Maybe she's trying to reconnect. Or if there is a challenge, we can take the next one, and when the next one presents, then we can now call on. There is a Ayman from Egypt. I think.
Can I move on? I'm sorry, I lost the connection.
Yes, you lost connection, we realize. Move on.
Okay, please let me share my screen. are as follows. The season that recorded the highest water-related diseases, the water-related diseases used are malaria and diarrhea, was investigated. In Nigeria, we have the dry and the wet season. The socioeconomic impact or socioeconomic impact of water scarcity was also identified, and the geological formation of the area was established, was studied, and informed decisions on the best way to combat water-related diseases and water scarcity in the area was also investigated. Then, in view of this, the demography of the area was investigated. The water demand, the socioeconomic effects, and the health issues accompanying water scarcity was also investigated. And if the water scarcity in the area are not abated, then predictive equations to predict water-related diseases were as well derived. And the causes of water scarcity in the environment was established, as well as the remedy. So moving straight to the results, it was discovered from the study that water demand in the area is high, with a population of about 1,367 people. That was the projection for the population in 2017. And out of the sample population, about 68% of the population sourced water from distances further than 500 meters from their places of residence. And this is not in line with the WHO standard. Then about 88.71 people also have access to less than 25 liters of water per day, which means they have about 20 liters of water per day. And this led to some water-related diseases in the area. And as I did 2013, in the area we have an estimated, in the local government considered, that's the local government of Ibadan, of Oyo State, in Nigeria, we have about 254,255. And out of that, about 66.31% of them had reported malaria in hospitals around the area in 2013. And 0.34% of that population reported diarrhea in 2013 as well. But in 2017, it was discovered that the population that reported these water-related diseases has almost doubled, which means the percentages have almost doubled, which means malaria now has about 12.79% of the population, while diarrhea reported was about 0.78% of the population. In view of this, about two equations were derived, regression models, to predict the water-related diseases that might be reported in subsequent years if these water scarcity are not, if solutions are not provided to the problem of water scarcity in the area. So the linear equation, the non-linear equation, this gave a correlation after comparison, a correlation of 0.97 or 0.98 for both, so which means both equations are applicable and are used. Then what was the cause of water scarcity in this area? We could see from this figure that in the area, the basic or the geological formation is the basement complex, which is a migmatite genesis. And from the literature, this does not store much groundwater. And this will lead to, because they are always very thin layer and they disintegrate into clay, which does not allow infiltration of water during rainfall. Groundwater storage in the area is likely to be very not have too much groundwater. There are no much groundwater storage in the area. So that was the main cause of, but rainfall also, the rainfall in the area is on the high side, but these rainfall are not stored. The rainwater are not stored. And the area being a rural area has very limited room. So rain harvest in the area is not also much feasible. And it's not that on the other side, area is about 185 meters above the sea level, which means there is likelihood of the water being drained to other areas around the study area. Now, a solution was provided, which is runoff harvesting. The runoff harvesting, since there are good land area where water can be harvested from, and this was compared with the existing water supply scheme in the area. Being a rural area, they have a pond, and if rain is to be harvested from, even all the roofs at the same time, then it will not meet the water demand. This is shown on the table presented. The water demand is about 30.11 times 6 liters per year. That's the annual water demand for the study area. And the water deficit, then the water deficit, even if they have the highest rainfall for the year, there will still be water deficit. But if the runoff is harvested from the area projected, then it will meet the water demand with some level of water surpluses. So having considered the geological formation of the area, the topography of the area with relation to other sites, and also the health effects and socioeconomic effects accompanying water scarcity in this area, it could be concluded that water scarcity in the area can be abated using runoff harvesting. And this is of course, runoff can be very dirty, but there are ways and very economic ways to remediate such harvested water in the area. So it was fairly established that the communities with difficult terrains, especially basement complex or geological formations, are bound to experience water scarcity due to low groundwater storage. The consequences of water scarcity range from health effects such as malaria and diarrhea, and socioeconomic effects such as low productive hours, high crime rates, and use of unhygienic sanitary systems. And rainwater harvesting may not be viable in such rural communities due to few rules, which has been mentioned earlier. So the proposed option is to combat water scarcity in such rural communities with difficult terrain is runoff harvesting and remediation. And as I said earlier, the runoff harvesting and remediation might be thought to be very expensive. I mean, to treat runoff, but an ongoing research has already proposed an economic and cheap way of treating harvested runoff. So here is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Do we have Adewale George?
Hello, Mr. Chairperson. Hello?
Adewale George?
Yeah, Ali Uda. I'm the first presenter. Hello. Hello.
Go on.
Yeah, I think I'm the first presenters. For some technical problem, I did not hear you.
Okay. Adewale?
Yeah, Ali Uda.
Okay.
Now can share my presentation.
Hello.
Ayo, I'm hearing you. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, all of you, good afternoon. And I hope for all of you to be safe from COVID-19. I'm very happy today to be with you participating in this very interesting conference. My presentation under title Safe Disposal of Wastewater in Irrigation and its effect on soil properties under Khartoum condition. Firstly, let us define what wastewater means. Wastewaters mean domestic, industrial effluent, or any water that potentially can cause a problem. It classified under wastewaters. All the waters that discharged from the commercial premises, from homes or industrial plants, or this combine it in or call it municipal sewer pipe waters. The problem that the whole world now is facing is water scarcity. I think the limited waters really is a problem. We need to deal with this problem by finding another source of water, like non-conventional water resources. Because if we don't deal with this type of water, I think it is find a way. It is way to the water courses and represent a big problem for us by polluting these sources. Therefore, we need to consider or to look at these non-conventional water resources from 2 points of view. I think the first one, we need to solve the water scarcity by finding another source of water. The second point of view, I think we need to save our fresh water from pollution. Therefore, we need to dispose this water safely. Khartoum is the capital of the Republic of Sudan. It is a mega city, really. It is divided into 3 cities, Khartoum city and Bahri and Omdurman. Khartoum city is extended at the eastern banks of the White Nile and western bank of the Blue Nile, while Omdurman extended from the White Nile, western White Nile and western bank of the Nile. Bahri, the third city, is extended between the eastern bank of Blue Nile and River Nile. The Khartoum population is about 7 million with growth rate of 2.7. But I think like other mega cities, suffering from the immigration of the rural peoples to find the better life in these big cities, and this really represents a big problem. The total quantities of water that generated from Khartoum is about 802 million liters per day. This under Khartoum State Wastewater Corporation. This corporation control about 3 treatment plants, SOBA 1 and SOBA 2 and whatever. All this water, 802, just represent about 6% from the generated water in Khartoum. This under the network system, but about 94% this use septic tanks, and this is real problem because all the water generated from septic tank system is disposed around the cities, and this is our problem that we are going to solve. Khartoum, a huge amount of water, of wastewater, are dumped around the towns, discharged into water courses, Nile, rivers, or Blue Nile, or White Nile, and this going to pollute really these water courses or fresh waters. This problem really increased day by day due to the development in industrial sectors and increasing in the population of this city and so on. This work concerned with seeking the potentiality of self-disposal of wastewater in irrigation with assessing the prevalence of treated wastewater constituents in the soil and its impact on soil chemical properties or long and short term under Khartoum state conditions. We would like to give a clear pictures about using this water in irrigation. What is going to happen for the soil? If I would add more water causing the problem like this water, I think can lose the other resource, which is soil. Therefore, we need really to evaluate the effect of using this water in irrigation. The methods that we follow it, firstly, the location of our experiment in Khartoum University, and we transferred the water from the treatment plant into the location of the experiment. Composite water samples were taken to represent really this type of water from the final treatment point. We take water after finishing all the interval of the treatment. Standard methods were followed in cleaning the bottles, which used to collect the samples according to the recommended method to collect the samples as to accurate good results or accurate results. And perform chemical analysis. The soil samples were taken from 3 depths. Here we would like to follow the behaviors of the constituent of the soils as to see how it moving in the soil, laterally or deeply in the soil. The statistical analysis was done using SAS package under Windows. This is a standard method followed to evaluate the effect of this water on the soil. The quality of this water was checked according to the FAO standard for irrigation water. We find that most of the water quality parameters lay within slight to moderate levels, except for biocarbonate, which was found exceed the maximum permissible levels. Therefore, I think from these standards, I think water can be used safely for irrigation, but with effective monitoring system. Here we come also for other metals, and we find that some, like aluminum, for example, it is not detected. But for the cobalt and copper, we found it exceeding the permissible levels that allow it to be used in irrigation. Therefore, also we need to be considered when using this water for irrigation. Also for the other constituent, for example, the salinity measured in electrical conductivity, we find it increasing with the depths. While pH also increases with the depths. For nitrogen and organic compounds and bicarbonate, this decrease with depths. And this, I think, it is a normal result because I think salinity, according to the leaching always, and it will documented that increasing with depths. Also here, the same result, I think, was found here with sodium and calcium. We find it increase also with the depths, while magnesium decrease with depths. Here for the trace elements and heavy metals, I think also the heavy metals or trace elements here is found decreased with the depths. I think as the behavior of trace elements always moving laterally, therefore is concentrated in the surface. The comparison for land that
2 minutes,
okay.
please. Conclusion.
Okay. The conclusion here, the application of this water for long-term really increasing the constituent of this water in the soils. I think it needs more attention to be here as to solve the problem by leaching, by any type of management that can solve this problem. Our conclusion with reference to some international standard like FAO for irrigation, treated wastewater can be used for irrigation purposes with effective monitoring system. Using this source of water in irrigation according to the obtained result is a safe disposal than to be discharged in water courses such as River Nile. Wastewater should be viewed as a resource which must be recovered and added to the water budget than to be left to pollute the environment. This is our reference, and thanks. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Ali Mohammed Al Amin, thank you very much indeed for your paper presentation. Colleagues, for circumstances, Dr. Kiari is, and I will be taking over with your permission. So what happened now, I need to presenter Ali, please just stop sharing. Thank you very much. So I will be able to share my screen. Colleagues, we need really considering the 10 minutes. When it become like 8 minutes, I'm going just to mention you need to conclude. Dear Engineer Ali, please, Professor, lower your hand because I see your hand is up. And this will be helping me to moderate the session. Thank you very much indeed. For some reasons, the work program wasn't really respected enough. That session 2 of which should be starting by 4, we take two presentation out of it, and I call upon Dr. Professor Khalid Al-Bahnasawi, who is going to take over from me after some time, to realize that these papers have been presented in the session shared by Dr. Kiari and my good self. However, we are going to go to the next presenter, which is Adwale Georgie Adeni, co-carbonization of biomass plastic waste in the integrated thermal process. Please, Prof, you have the floor and you have 10 minutes. And be sure that I'm not generous like Dr. Kiari. Thank you. So I think the Professor Aduelo is not ready for his presentation. Can we go for the next presentation? And I'm sharing my screen, please. Help me by uploading your slides, and let's go. Samuel Akeji, borehole water quality within the Federal University of Technology, Akare, Nigeria, please. Colleagues, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. So
yeah, we can hear you, Amri. We can hear you very well. Very clear.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. I think we still need to go to River Nile again, and we can go for Dr. Kebede. Professor Dr. Kebede from Ethiopia Heavy Metal Analysis. Integrated management of industrial wastewater treatment and its Professor Sengan. Sorry again, Professor Sengan. Hello.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Here I'm available. Dr. Singanan Malarajan is available.
Yes, please, sir. You can have the floor. Load your slides, and we'll be happy to listen to you. And you have 10 minutes starting from now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know how to share this. Sir, is it visible?
Not yet.
Where is the presentation mode? Screen sharing.
No.
Sir, is it visible now? Hello?
Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This is Dr. Singanan Malarajan. From Presidency College, Chennai. My research topic here is integrated management of industrial wastewater treatment and its resource and its reuse options for sustainable developments, a green technology concept. I am from the Department of Chemistry, Presidency College, Autonomous, Chennai. This is under the affiliated institution of University of Madras. My research topic focuses on, these are the issues. The water scarcity and misuse of freshwater resources leads to serious concern on the sustainable economic development, food security, and protection of the environment in combination with the climate change. The adverse effects that the human race has exerted on water sources have in turn threatened human health, either by limiting good hygiene and or by impairing drinking water safety. Further, many industries are using large amount of freshwater for the production activities. It is also releasing large volume of wastewater into the environment and causes ecosystem damages. In the concept of environmental and economic sustainability, a proper wastewater management and water reuse systems can help to a greater extent in the development of national economy. To cope with the water crisis, innovative approaches to source water management as well as reuse of treated wastewater have been proposed all around the world from a holistic perspective based on integration and multidisciplinary framework. In the current research, a green technology concept has been introduced to the treatment of industrial wastewater using a novel biocarbon technology. In this research, Hibiscus rosa sinensis, a plant leaves were used for the production of the biocarbon. It is an indigenous medicinal plant widely available in nature. The leaves have rich carbon content. In this research protocol, 3 stages were involved. In the first stage, the metal absorption capacity, pollutant removal of the biocarbon was evaluated using chromium-6 ions as model pollutant. After that, treatment of industrial effluents have been taken up. The adsorption experiments were carried out in a batch reactor system with the predetermined experimental conditions. In the second stage, leather industry wastewater was subjected for the treatment with biocarbon. In the third stage, the treated wastewater was used for the growth of certain plant species in a pilot scale farming land. This is the material selected for the absorption of the various pollutants in the wastewater systems. This is the Hibiscus rosa sinensis. The plant leaves are used for the production of the biocarbon. That is one of the cheapest adsorbent used for the removal of various pollutants, particularly inorganic and organic pollutants in the wastewater systems. This is the method of preparation of the biocarbon. The plant leaves were collected and shade dried for 2 or 3 days. Then it is grounded to a green powder. This green powder is converted into a carbon mass by using a simple exothermic carbonization process where concentrated sulfuric acid is used. This carbon mass again washed with distilled water to remove this excess acid, finally dried at 110 degrees centigrade, then stored for further purpose. So this is a very simple way of producing the biocarbon. This biocarbon is one of the best adsorbent used for the removal of various pollutants in the wastewater systems. This is the conventional methods used. The removal percentage. This is a simple formula: percent removal, which is to C0 minus CE by C0 into 100. Before treating the industrial wastewater, the biocarbon quality has to be tested so that a model pollutant, chromium-6, is used for this purpose. So a standard potassium dichromate substance is used for the preparation of the stock solution. Based on this stock solution, the biocarbon is tested how effect the metal is removed from the synthetic wastewater systems. For that, some of the important parameters have been used up here. Effect of pH, effect of biocarbon dose, and effect of contact time is the important parameter whereby one can judge whether this biocarbon is used for the removal of various other organic as well as inorganic pollutant or not. After that, once we come to the conclusion that this biocarbon is working for the removal of various pollutants in the wastewater system, then it can be applied for the treatment of original industrial wastewater. So in this research, we used leather industry wastewater as the real wastewater used for the treatment purpose. As I mentioned, these are the important parameters used for the purpose of the quantification of the removal of materials, particularly pollutants in the wastewater systems. These are the most important operational parameters should be considered. This is the basic information regarding the quality of the biocarbon: moisture content, bulk density, ash content, total organic carbon value, insoluble content, surface area. This is one of the important parameters to be tested so that whether this biocarbon can be used for the adsorbent purpose or not. These are some of the allied parameters can be considered to ascertain the capacity of the biocarbon which can be used in any removal processes. This is the experimental work carried in a model pollutant. This is the operational parameters. These are all predetermined operational parameters. Under this experiments, pH value is 4.5. Biocarbon dose is 3 gram per 100 ml capacity. Contact time is maximum contact time is used up 180 minutes. Agitation speed is 250 RPM. The entire experiment is carried out at room temperature, that's around 30 degrees Celsius. Using this operational parameters, we achieved that 98.65% removal of chromium in the model pollutant. It seems that this biocarbon can be used for the removal of other metallic pollutants as well as organic pollutant in any wastewater systems. This result supports like that. This is the general wastewater scheme, wastewater treatment scheme. So the wastewater is inlet. We have to subject for preliminary treatment because industrial wastewater may contain lot of dirty materials, floating materials, visible materials like that. So preliminary treatment is important, then a primary treatment, then secondary treatment. So all these stages only some of the pollutant can be removed, but not micropollutant. After the secondary treatment, then our process, either adsorption or bioabsorption process is used up. Then the treated wastewater is coming out. By testing the quality of the treated wastewater, one can reuse this wastewater for any other economic advantageous purposes. So this is the general treatment process. Here only we are making modifications. We are using our own methodology for using the treatment of various wastewater. So this is a scheme This is a scheme what we have developed. This is the industrial wastewater, subject to wastewater collection process, then preliminary treatment, then treatment process starts up here, process optimization. Here only we are using the biocarbon. This biocarbon is used here under predetermined equilibrium data. Then we are getting the treated wastewater. Here also between this we are getting the quality control aspects. Once the treated wastewater is meeting the quality control, then it is subjected to reuse options, particularly for small farming. So in our experiments, Setaria glauca as well as sorghum, these are the two farming species that have been selected. This treated wastewater is used for this purpose. So before subjecting for the reuse options, we have to go for the QC, quality control, under this setup. So we have satisfied that the treated wastewater has excellent quality with respect to agricultural operations. This is the results obtained in the wastewater treatment. If you see all these are some of the important parameters to be considered for the treatment of industrial wastewater. Out of that, the BOD and COD, most important parameters been reduced well. This is heavy metals removal. Copper, cadmium, lead, nickel, chromium. These are the heavy metals present in the wastewater system. We observed that large reduction, around 95% of the metals are removed. And then these are the two plant species that have been grown by using the treated wastewater. This is the results. The total biomass under this 12 into 12 square feet testing land under 120 days, around 5.5, then 6.8 grams of the total biomass were produced. Based on the results, we are concluding that the biocarbon prepared using high viscous rosa sinensis plant please have higher potential for the removal of chromium as well as other inorganic and organic pollutants in the leather industry wastewater. These results demonstrate that the greater potential for the application of biocarbon materials would be an effective method for economic treatment of industrial wastewater. The results indicates that the treated wastewater can be reused successfully for the cultivation of various plants and definitely aids the sustainable water management. Thank you very much. I wish to acknowledge the organizing committee of the first ASRIC conference, as well as my PhD student and the principal of our college who has given permission to participate in the program. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Prof, for your brilliant presentation and for sharing your ideas and your paper with us in this conference. Appreciated too much. Thank you very much indeed. I see some of the colleagues in the first session names being called, like colleague Kebede, if you are around, Dr. Kebede from Ethiopia. I don't see. Let's go for Dr. Amani Salah. If she around, please, Dr. Amani Salah. Thank you. You have the floor, and you have 10 minutes starting from now. Thank you very much. Please unmute your mic, Dr. Amani. Dr. Amani, if you hear me, please unmute your mic.
Titled The Impact of Urbanization on Sustainable Development in Egypt and South Africa Comparative Study. Urbanization process doesn't involve mere migration from the countryside to cities, but must be accompanied with the settlement of manufacturing operation in those cities and the strengthening of the public services and the provision of infrastructure to ensure the achievement of sustainable development goals. Egypt and South Africa, which are among the first civilized countries on the continent in 1950, with a rate of 25%. And this is the reason for choosing the two countries. This study aims to show the impact of urbanization indicators represented in urbanization level and urban population on sustainable development indicators represented in GDP per capita and CO2 emissions and the life expectancy at birth in both Egypt and South Africa. The importance of the study comes in its attempts to identify the relationship between urbanization in both Egypt and South Africa on the sustainable development, especially in light of the urban development in Egypt, especially in Egypt Vision 2030. This study revolves around one hypothesis. There is no significant relationship with a statistical significance of urbanization on sustainable development in both Egypt and South Africa. This study measures the relationship between urbanization indicators and sustainable development in both Egypt and South Africa, which are among the first civilized countries on the continent in 1950, with a rate of 25%. And this is the reason for choosing the two countries within a period of time 1990 until 2020, according to the availability of data in this period and by using the modern scientific method. This study examines the relationship between